say
I don't know
nothing.
how Bodam is going to do that. Just look at the atmosphere, eyeball to eyeball. Don't say nothing. I'll tell you what to say. Just look at the person. Make sure your eyes are locked to the person,
Locked eyes.
and then just smile.
Just smile.
Some people are already smiling before we say smile.
I know, right?
Just smile. That warm smile that lights the room. Somebody's not smiling to him. That's why he's very busy with the phone. Yeah, he's blessed.
And maybe they should add to the smile, telling the other person you're doing well. Mm-hmm. You're doing well.
Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it.
You're doing well.
All right. All right, good. We're going to have a great time this morning. How many of you feel so already?
I do.
We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great time today from the powerful, powerful keynote address down through the beautiful lineup we have today. Let's not go into that, but we're going to let you know as the time unfolds what we have. But I think it's a great way to start to just engage everyone in a quick game. Yes. What do you think?
Yes, I love that.
Okay, so we have 3 people there. We're just going to engage everyone in a quick game, in a very quick game. All right. 3 people. I wish one more person is there, but I don't know. All right. Okay. What do you think?
The 3 musketeers. They will fare well. They will fare well.
They will do well. They will do well. All right. Okay, so we have 5 tables now. All right, this game is very simple. It's called the one word icebreaker game. I like the way your faces are looking at me like we don't know what that is, but let's start. All right.
Somebody's thinking, why did I come early now?
Let's take that is table 1. Let's say that is table 1. This is table 2, table 3, table 4, and sorry to interrupt the table, Maz. Is there a way for the purpose of just this game that you can come over here, please?
I think they have another
they have a third person.
They have a third person, so they make a team.
Fine. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So we have, that's fine.
All right, so the game is simple. Krishna, you want to say about the game? Talk about the game.
Oh, okay. So it's very simple, and trust me, you don't need to be afraid. Most of it will happen right there with the amazing people you're sitting with. So we have a number of topical areas that would be given to each table, and you will briefly discuss the topical area. Just what is it about? What do you understand by that topic? What comes to mind when you see that topic or hear that topic? You all will discuss it, and maybe a representative from your table, in fact, can just come in a few words and tell us what the word is about. And it's familiar things, so don't worry, we're not coming with them.
Familiar in the social innovation space, so it's not out of your reach.
Yeah, it's not out of your reach.
All right. Maybe we can do that from here. All right.
Okay.
First table. No, you should get your phone, maybe a pen or something, all right? Because it will give you 1 minute to think about it, and then you start talking. Mm-hmm. And then you choose a rep that would deliver life-transforming summary of that topic.
We're making speakers of everybody today. I like.
All right, so you'll be talking about development.
Yes.
The word development.
Yeah, so your word is development. Have fun.
Development. Table 2. I like the way you're smiling, sir. As in, like, you're just giving me confidence that you're going to deliver. Maybe you're going to be the representative of that speak. The second word. Okay, give them the second word.
All right. I know someone on that table, so I have to go soft on them. Don't worry. So the word for that table, the second word is funding. Funding, right?
That's your word. Funding. All right. Table 3. All right, your word is quite just easy. I think one person can just wrap this up, like impact reporting. Impact reporting. Yeah, it's one word. It's a compound word. Impact reporting. You can't say impact. You say impact reporting. Yeah. So, table 3. That's your word.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so you got a twin word, impact reporting for you. So the next table, are powerful people on this table now. See them with pen and book, ready to take it down. Celebrate you. So your word for your table is project management. Project management. All right, so you can begin to discuss what comes to mind. The conversation is really to ask everyone around the table, what comes to mind when you hear this topic? And all together discuss and summarize your thoughts in a few lines and come and tell all of us what that's about. Okay? Okay, so we have one more table. One more table. Welcome to you. I know that most of you just joined. Welcome to the development dialogue. All right. So, one topic for the final table. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, one topic for the table. Your table will be storytelling. All right. So, just discuss the. Let me just go over the instruction briefly because I know some of you just came. So, you're basically talking about what comes to mind when you hear that word. For you, it's storytelling. And summarize for us what storytelling is about. And then somebody from your table will come and tell the house a summary. Thank you so much.
Continue with that. Right.
Great one. You can present. Exactly when they come back.
All right, let's begin to wrap up our thoughts in the groups and begin to select your speaker of the house of table. I like this table. There's this sense of fulfillment and purpose just on it. Okay, so anybody that joins your table, just debrief them and then let them know. So we want a robust summary. That's why we're giving extra time, actually. We should
A
be done
change
by now.
maker's kind of summary.
You know how it is.
We want you to blow our minds. Tell us something about this topic we've not heard before. Make it memorable.
No, don't feel. It's the same. You are doing well. Just continue doing well.
I like the feedback I'm getting. Like, what is all this?
They are like, it's not that deep. Was
Don't mind me, please.
Some people are getting inspiration from the backdrop. Something. That's
As some people preparing
creative.
slides.
So we have the words again, just to remind us: development. Table 2 is doing funding. Table 3,
Impact reporting.
impact reporting. Table 4, project management and project. I love to be on that table.
now.
They are complete.
Complete table now.
Storytelling.
Started as 3 and look at them. Mighty.
You know the
Whole-
possibilities
whole
of
army.
storytelling. As in a lot can happen.
Endless. Am I seeing some people design slides? What's really going on?
Stuff is happening here. This
Brethren.
is no. Christina,
deep
Christina,
Tony.
these are change makers. These are change makers. Please allow them in whatever format.
We have put tension in this matter.
Please, these are change makers.
All right, so we have 2 more minutes to wrap up our conversations. 2 minutes to wrap up our conversations. And then the earth-shaking presentations begin.
Actually, let's say 120 seconds. Yeah, so that it's more. It looks very much. 120 seconds. Yeah. Yes, the time is up. Good morning, sir. How you doing? All done. You chose to sit alone. Should we give you a topic?
Is premium sitting position. He's going to be the observer. He'll be one of our judges.
Guys,
judges.
the countdown is on in
Yeah.
seconds. I think we're about 20 seconds
Please
now.
don't forget to nominate your presenter.
It's very important.
Where are we going to start from?
It's quite interesting. We can start from number 5.
Team 5.
Till 5, yeah.
Okay.
Given the fact that we're talking about storytelling. Okay. The time is up, guys. Thank you so much. Now, I want us to take just 5 seconds to celebrate this moment.
Woo.
Celebrate the fact that you were able to make this happen. Just before we go into this. No, I don't like the way you're clapping, truly. Something tells me you can do better than that.
Yeah.
All right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well done.
All right, Christina, handle table 5.
All right. Well done, everyone. And like Raymond said earlier, please get used to celebrating because this edition of the Development Dialogue is a celebratory edition. All right. So we're going to make that happen even in this room together. Okay, so well done, everyone. We are so proud of you.
So proud.
Look at you all having UN-type conversations, trying to solve the problems of the world. Well done. All right, so we thought to start from table 5, since your topic is a buzzer. So we would have a representative from table 5.
I'll bring the mic to you.
Yes, Raymond is bringing the mic to your representative. Please, when anyone gets up to present, let us, you know the culture already. What's the culture?
Celebrate
them.
So
yeah. So.
Who's going? No, don't tell me that you guys are still making that decision.
So who shall our presenter be?
Thank you.
Woo!
Make some noise. Come on now. Just say your name and then move.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself if you don't mind?
All right. I am Jemima Amonahini.
Nice.
Yes, and I will be speaking on behalf of Table 5 on the theme storytelling.
Great.
So I got to learn from everyone on this table, from what they spoke on, how storytelling helps to build self-awareness. And I took it from the angle of building self-awareness for a non-profit organization, taking cue from Itofa Ivara, Pioneer Church on the Street, NG. And he says that when you want to reach out to people, telling them the reason why you need their money, so to speak, to help other lives, when you just tell them that, I need your money, nobody's going to just dip hands into their purse to give you their money. But with storytelling, when you tell them how, when you address pain points, bring in awareness, bring them to the point of passion and empathy, tell them that what is happening with a girl somewhere, maybe in Kenya or in, Borno or Maiduguri, yes, is something that could happen to your own daughter if she was in the same shoes. Wow. With that, storytelling brings out the very results you're looking for with the power of words.
Wow.
Thank you.
Ladies, gentlemen, what are we waiting for? Jemima,
let's make this clap happen. Let's make it bigger.
Amazing.
So good.
So good.
So I didn't see that coming truly. Like Somalia right now, this morning here. That was for Kenya, down to Borno, Maiduguri.
We touched base,
That was strong. That was strong. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate Table 5.
Well done, Table 5.
Thank
well
you
done.
so much.
Insightful thoughts there. Well done. And please let me mention that anytime someone on the table is presenting, let's please all gift them our attention. All right. That'll just be, the right thing to do. So let's just gift our attention this morning. Well done, Table 5. Okay, so Table 4.
You are eager.
My name is Miriam.
Let's celebrate Miriam!
I'm representing Table 4 on project management.
Amazing.
Okay, this is DD 2021. And as a result of the success of this year's, we're planning a project on DD 2022. Okay. So what does it entail? Project management entails the process of making a successful project.
Yes.
Because it's self-explanatory, right? Then from conception to the end, from start to finish. Starting from conception, the conceptual stages, we think brain taxing, we have the idea, how can we make the idea viable? Then we move to design thinking stage, where we start with funding, team members. Are we having a loan project or we collaborate with others, partnership, the challenges we're going to face,
great,
and the success of the project starts from the design thinking. Then stakeholder analysis, who can help us? Are we going to need sponsors? The timeline of the project, the roadmap of the project. Then we move to implementation and execution. the project is alive like we have today. We are implementing DD 2021, right? Then we move to evaluation.
Wow.
We get feedbacks from members of the members of the audience,
very good,
and
yeah.
possibly the possibility of making it better, the impact, the report, and the failures, success and failure of the event.
Or the project.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you owe Table 4 some money. They just gave you project management in a nutshell.
DD 2022 is done.
I know,
This is
just
the
like
team.
that.
The team that made it happen.
Wow.
Come on, guys.
Well
Come on,
done.
guys.
Well done, Team 4. That was actually very, very good.
I was not sure I loved the way they were celebrated. Can we do that again? Can we
Yes,
just-
please.
Really, it's the celebration edition, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Team Table 3, over to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So good to be here. My name is Juanita Ereba.
Can you take that again?
Juanita.
Juanita. Got
Yes,
it.
Ereba.
Nice.
And I'm representing Table 3, and we are speaking on impact reporting. And simply put, impact reporting is communicating the difference and the changes you have made through your projects or activities as an organization to your stakeholders. So people like to know what exactly everything we do is about. And so when you give them that information, it makes them know that the organization is transparent, the organization is accountable, and it also encourages them to partner more with that organization. So it's very key to measure what or how far you have gone as regards to your goal in that project. So moving forward, some of the key things you can look for when you're trying to set up an impact report is you need to check the need of that project. You also look at the activities that you'll be carrying out, the outcomes, the evidence, and then finally you can look at the lessons you've learned. All this should be in your impact report. And then also you have to ensure that your impact report is clear. There should be clarity, it should be accessible, and then finally, it should be transparent. So your information should be very, very simple. And so, with these few points of mine, I believe that I've given an idea about impact reporting. Thank you very much.
I thought she was about to say, I believe I've been able to
didn't have to say
convince
that.
you and not confuse you.
You didn't have to say that. That's
Thank you.
an icing on the entire cake, chocolate cake, actually.
Well done,
Awesome,
Juanita.
thank you.
Just before we go to the next table, I noted that they didn't just tell us what impact reporting is about, they told us why it's important, and then told us key elements. I want to ask a question, and I would like for anyone to take a shot at it. How would you differentiate storytelling from impact reporting?
Awesome.
How are they different? Just someone to give it a shot, someone from
You're
anywhere.
going to say that? You want to say that to the mic?
Oh, okay, he has some thoughts. Please go ahead, sir.
I think the difference mainly is about the detailing and the simplicity of it. Impact report is more about what your organization or your foundation is doing and the key areas that you've met. Storytelling is about communicating how you need to go from where you are to the next level.
Nice. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wants to say something? Okay, we have a hand.
I will also add that storytelling is really about sharing the idea in more realistic terms. But there's something very significant for impact is that you have to have numbers to measure. It's measurable. Thank you.
Apt. Well done. Well done. Very good. I feel like I saw a hand somewhere here. Okay, yes. So we'll just take that finally. Whoosh, I'm learning so much. I love it.
Well, it's very similar to what she said. While you can use storytelling in impact reporting is really about the numbers of lives touched or, the change. So we quantify. Quantification is impact reporting. Storytelling is everything from the idea to how we even do the work.
Amazing. Well done.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much.
Wow.
Don't
So good.
stop the clap comment.
Please.
If you feel like celebrating, appreciate them. I'm here.
Thank you everyone for chipping in on that.
So much.
I appreciate that we're learning. I couldn't help but notice that on this table, while the presentation was going on, somebody was kind enough to capture the speaker recording her. I'm like, whoosh, creating memories right here. I like.
Detail.
I like. Teamwork. Well done, people. Well done. Okay, now. So let's go over to table 2. The amazing table 2.
Oh yes. All right.
They are going to tell us how we're going to get all the money. That's the money gang. Give us. Yay. I like. We're getting used to the culture. Woo! Like, nice, nice.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Chiemela, and I am
Hi, Samuel.
privileged to speak on behalf of the most amazing set of persons in this auditorium.
Come on now.
That is the second table.
Woo!
And we have taken our time briefly to bisect and dissect the core elements of funding.
Give us.
We have also come to a brief summary that first, an entrepreneur, a change maker without funding is like a musician without an instrument.
Preach, sir.
You see, bearing that in mind, we have also come to understand that if funding is the major vision of an idea, the idea is a failure already. That is to say, funding must never be the reason behind a project. So the project, the idea, develops the funding. So it is important to accelerate the process of idea creation, inject it into a vision, and watch it galvanize funding all around.
Come on now.
And so finally, without funding, each and every side of this conversation will not have solid foundation. At the end of the day, it looks like a catalyst.
Yes.
It may not be the end, but it is a process to the end of the goal. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I love this guy.
I know.
I love him.
I know.
So good. So good. As he was talking, I was sensing, this senatorial spirit.
Vibes.
The guy was
Love it.
giving this political, I was like, are you a VC, sir? Are you a venture capitalist? No. You should look into that.
I mean, really
You have a
good.
clear idea of funding.
Very good. Well done.
Fund DD 2022. Just saying.
Well done. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel Chiemela. I think we've met before, though. I know. Nice. It's nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. Well done. And, I think that the key points have been shared there. Very powerful. I really like how we've been able to highlight, because I think that a number of people get stuck because of funding. A lot of people don't start because of funding. And, if there was anything I would throw into the conversation on funding, I would say that sometimes you don't only look for money, you also look around for social capital. Yeah. Because there's so much you can achieve by drawing from your network as well. So sometimes, instead of, I want the money, I need the money, is there anyone who could help me get this done? Can I partner, can I collaborate with anyone to get this done? So thank you so much for setting the tone like that. Well done, team 2, table 2. Well done. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale.
Thank you.
After this, we say the grace and we go. I'm joking.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Eritayo Agbola.
Hi, Eritayo.
Thank you.
Name.
So, table 1 is supposed to talk about development.
Yeah.
And development is a process that creates beauty, it creates evolution, it creates change. It's a constant thing. It's something that must happen every time. It's just like you start a business, and if you don't have the development mindset, you're just going to be the same way. And that's why you'd have, case study Dangote, start with do salt, do cement, and all of that. That's development. And we're also going to be giving case study of a caterpillar that metamorphoses into a butterfly.
Whoosh.
So that means development is always beautiful. It's always different from how it started. It grows, and then it becomes something that everyone wants to resonate with. When you start a business, a lot of people don't even want to, be known with you. They're like, no, it might not be nice. And then when you develop it and you are consistent, they want to resonate with you. I'm like, please, can I sponsor? It's just like a lot of people, I have a mentor that told me that, when he wanted to start his business, he mentioned that, okay, you guys come on, your shares. And then, no, we want our shares, but please, we want it back. We don't think this can succeed. And then the next few years, it was so great. And then they're like, okay, please, we want to buy some shares. And then, sorry, we already have we have too much shareholders. We can't even take you. So development is something that everyone, and even in the life of, like your personal life, you have to develop. Your mindset is the same. You that went to this boardroom last year shouldn't be the same person that goes next year, because you would have learned a lot, met a lot of people, and then your life would have changed. Lastly, we want to look at e-commerce. In case of Nigeria, part of the development that people are celebrating and want to resonate with is e-commerce. We have people now embracing African products rather than, going out there to actually get products. So we are now creating our own, and that is what development brings. It brings rebirth. It brings beauty. Thank you very much.
Wow. Speaking of the grand finale.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can put your hands together. Better than that.
Wow, that was really nice.
So good.
That was really nice.
I think you have developed.
I know.
I don't know how she was before, but this is a developed state of however it is.
And I really like how she was able to bring it home.
Make sure your story engages. It should really focus on bringing people home, the idea home. So it should not really be about you, but it should be about the message you're passing and how it will be able to impact and make people see that message. They can resonate with it. That's the right word. Thank you.
Very good. Well done, Abiola.
Are you sure she learned that? I mean, she said that, no? Because it looks like a new thought.
Are you in her head?
I'm just saying. You expanded.
What a gifting.
You're a change maker.
A real change maker right there.
All right, one more, and then we'll be done. Yes, so this table. You're going to be speaking about what you call it. What's the development? Yes. And definitely, I feel that I feel strongly so.
I just knew it.
Just
forgive him, sir.
Just say it, sir. I know you would give us a thesis now, but just do it. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. They just speak about something you learned from the first table on development.
Anything you learned about development?
I would guess. Okay, no, you passed to someone.
Wow.
No. You passed to her.
Teamwork right here.
I like the way you're smiling.
You received the baton.
Thank you.
Yay!
Make some noise for her.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Olani Deborah Oluwatosin.
Hi.
Okay,
Deborah.
what I learned about development was the fact that she was able to give a strategy about growth, like metamorphosis, and it's not the beauty, and there's beauty in development. Like she gave an example of how you start up businesses and people are like, I'm not doing anything, and when the beauty comes, when they see the glory, they start coming towards you. So there's beauty, there's color in growth.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Well done. Thank you so much, Deborah.
That's an expansion. The word growth was not mentioned. Did you mention growth? Oh, it was. Okay. I thought I heard it for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have done marvelously. Thank you so much.
Well done. Well done. Are we learning already? I know. I'm learning a lot myself.
A lot. We're gonna take a break in a couple of minutes from now, but then please, whilst you are, that break is gonna be a breakfast break. Yeah. Whilst you are on it, yes. Whilst you're on it, please prepare. When you come back, we're gonna have the first session, and it's gonna be a heavy one. That's the keynote speech. It's going to be strong. It's going to be strong. It's going to be strong. It's going to be key. It's going to be a driver for this year's development dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for how much we have bonded already. So I know you know the name of the person by your side already by this time. True or true?
I'm hearing false.
Make it happen. We don't have to give time for that. Just make it happen.
Make it happen.
Maybe make it happen during the break.
Tea
first.
break,
The
yes.
tea break or something.
Yes. All right, so thank you so much, Ray. Thanks for going around, passing the mic. Well done. All right, so when we come back, just like he said, we would have a very, very powerful session. There's so much lined up, and it promises to be such great value. All right, the purpose of the breakfast is to just get us, ready for what is coming, so that nobody will just fall. You would build stamina with the breakfast, all right? That's the intention. So ensure you come back with the stamina that is required for the journey ahead of us today. So the tea break will last for about 30 minutes. Yes, it will last for about 30 minutes thereabout, and we will be back. So you can sit tight. The ushers will come and guide us. Or do we have them come over, ma'am? Can they come over to the table?
Okay.
All right, so I guess we'll just go
From the
one
first
table after the other,
one
right?
table after the other. We
Okay.
could just do that now. The time starts counting. Table
Okay.
one. Go
So
on. Let's go
that's
on.
table 5.
Table 5.
Are
Oh,
they table
sorry.
1? No, they're table 1.
Table
I
one,
apologize.
yeah, that's correct.
So table 1, and then table 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. So table 1 can go now.
Table 2 can almost join because it's not.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
It's a
They're just
soft-
3,
it's a
just
soft
4 of them.
breakfast.
Okay, so table 2 as well.
Please, in all you're getting, get somebody's name. Do a quick networking with someone whilst you're at breakfast. Table 2, let's join them. Thank you. Table you, sir. You can just join.
Table you and table them. So there's table
you could join
6
that
at the
too, sir.
back there.
Thank you.
So in that order. All right, so thank you, everyone. Have a really, really refreshing tea break. See you back shortly. Have a good one.
Yeah. No, you don't sound as though you are an African change maker. If you're one of the persons that have been ordained, transformed, impacted, built to bring change to Africa through constructive, real-time development, give yourself a rouse and applause. Good, good, good. I'm here to tell you that you have 3 more minutes, actually. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just here to say you have 3 more minutes to do the wrap-up. Some people have not even started chewing. Please do. You have 3 more minutes. Let the African music continue. It's Africa's time now.
Back. I hope that tea break was refreshing. I see that some people have been meeting some people. I see a lot of familiarity going on table 1. I see y'all. Welcome back.
There are new tables too.
Yes, welcome to everyone. So just before we went on tea break, special welcome to everyone who joined us during tea break. Before we had tea break, we had this really insightful session where we had different people from different tables sharing with us on a focal topic, and it was mind-blowing. We had such insights already, so we decided
to have a VC on that table.
A whole VC. We had the development mama over there. Amazing people all over the room. So that has happened, and we went on tea break to, gather our energy for the rest of the journey. And so I trust that, we kept to our part of the deal. Are we ready to go? Are we good to go now? Amazing. All right.
All right. This time is very, very important in the history of Development Dialogue 2021.
Yeah.
All right. very, very important. The words and some of the thoughts that will be shared in the couple of minutes that will happen from now is very instrumental to the firing up we require for the next, so to say, season of our journey and the work we do in our various spaces. We'll allow a video play to introduce the person that will be coming up, but I think we have an idea. No, I didn't get the feeler. I think we have an idea of who is coming up. I can hear you. I'm trying very hard to hear you. I think we have an idea of who is coming up.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's not let the cat out of the bag. The media will hand over to you to just play and introduce and welcome to our keynote speaker. Absolutely. Put your hands together. Allow me to play and watch the screens. So since you've seen the picture, you want to clap already?
Yeah, we have sound now, maybe. Good morning, Mel. You look amazing.
Group is a policy analyst and transformational catalyst, equipping a new breed of visionaries, social saviors, and change makers through her work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building. She is Executive Director at Ideation Hub Africa, a public policy and impact advisory firm, founder of the Humanist Coaching Company, a global personal transformation coaching practice, and president at Kingdom Women Global Alliance and their brand movement, both faith-based organizations. Founded in 2015, Ideation Hub Africa is a social profit accelerator providing early-stage social entrepreneurs and non-profit professionals with experiential education, enterprise incubation, growth advisory, and collaborative platforms to start, scale, and sustain the big ideas for changing Africa. Ideation Hub has grown into a 20,000 plus strong tech-driven global community of changemakers working across the SDGs and impact areas such as education, healthcare, gender advocacy, STEM, and 14 other areas. DDK has been severally recognized for her outstanding leadership impact and has received awards including the 2014 New Leader for Tomorrow in the Order of Business, Government and Parliament at the Crans Montana Forum in Geneva, and award conferred for several presidents and world leaders. She served twice as a mentor of the Quint Young Leader Awards, a UK government fellowship that honors exceptional young leaders in the Commonwealth. In 2018, she was selected by the US government as one of Africa's most promising young leaders and a Mandela Washington Fellow. In 2019, she was listed as one of 100 most inspiring Nigerian women and is Nigeria's leading coach at the 2021 Motherland Awards. DDK, as she's fondly called, is an author of 20 books till date and has spoken in 3 continents to emerging leaders, teams of multinational corporations, global development practitioners, SME owners, and young people yearning for a purpose-driven life. On the strength of her belief that Africa's future and emerging prosperity will be spurred by active citizens and social innovators, she founded Ideation Hub Africa. Since then, Ideation Hub Africa has hosted transformational conferences and initiatives such as Development Dialogue, Women in Development Summit, and the African Master Series.
Good morning. Very excited to be here. And the real celebration is actually for you guys. I listened in on the presentations this morning and I'm like, gosh, okay. We've got, we've got the continent definitely on the rise because of the caliber of thoughts, that have been in the room already. I'm truly, truly excited to be here and glad to have you joining us. We've got the majority of our community members streaming in virtually this morning, and we literally just decided, that we're going to spend the day not completely virtually, but have our siblings in the room with us. And so everyone who is seated, you hold a truly special place in our heart, and we really want to thank you for the work that you're doing on your side, or will begin to do. And that's a great place to celebrate yourselves again. Yes, this is an important day for us at Ideation Hub Africa. As you will find all through the course of this day's convening, it's not our typical development dialogue, because we are not just going to be having those policy-led conversations, social impact discourses, but we want to lean in much more into the journey that we've taken over the last 6 years, because we see and sense that we are now at the threshold of a pivot. We see a phase of our work closing out as we sort of move on into more defining policy-driven spaces with what we've done. And we have an unveiling as well today that gives us an opportunity to show you what we have created and delivered for 20,000 plus members in about over 30 countries on the continent of Africa, and that's a social innovation school. And what we're hoping for is that by the time we're out of here today, we will have found ambassadors and soldiers and, comrades in every one of you, as well as, our family online as well, sort of diving in and investing much more in the kind of learning that we require to be able to trigger social innovation at a greater level. And I hope that you'll do that with us. So this is more, like what we've called a stakeholders convening, and just a chance for us to celebrate those who've built with us over the years, show everyone where we're coming from, as well as maybe speak to you about what we see as critical dimensions on the continent, if we're going to be able to trigger bigger development, if we're going to be able to create national prosperity, and if we're going to be able to solve pressing problems on the continent. Today is important for us. We believe it is important for you. If you're seated in the room, it's because of the type of work that you're doing. I hope that you're going to also find a lot of valuable insights that help you go on and even do better with your work, because the continent needs us today more than it's ever done. And while the first 4 years of our work at Ideation Hub Africa focused significantly on the third sector, so we were really empowering, equipping, and catalyzing connections for people who worked in the social sector, civil society organizations, the people who worked in public agencies, or the social, corporate social responsibility arms of banks and multinationals. We started to find that as powerful as the third sector is, so if you're an NGO owner, a nonprofit leader, you run an advocacy group, whatever it is, right? We started to find that despite how powerful the third sector is, the sophistication of the problems on the continent now requires that we democratize social innovation. I don't know if you see what I mean, where the office of the citizen of the federal government of Nigeria, for example, becomes a respected office, where everyday people have the tools that they require to solve problems in their communities. Everyday people have the tools they require to be nation builders. How many of you are with me on that dimension? That's where we are now. That's where we are now. So from 2019, we actively started to think about how can we make the everyday citizen schooled? How can we get the everyday citizen schooled in the tools they needed for community development, for nation building, for social innovation? How can we become innovative in showing up and standing up to the occasion wherever we found the need. And at that intersection was also the need to begin to work with, speak to, and empower businesses to become impact-driven. Because the moment we're able to leverage the already phenomenal force of entrepreneurship and then place the desire to meet social needs on it, then we can really go far. And that's what has sort of propelled the work we've done actively in the last 2 years to go beyond serving nonprofits and civil society organizations, public sector agencies, and CSR arms of organizations to actively begin to say every single person, regardless of your career path, can be more thoughtful and more empowered in our ability to solve problems, and then also empowering businesses to become impact-driven. And it gives me just such great joy also to have Tomi Balogun in the room, because last year, she became a proof. Her organization, she would not like me to do that, but she can't escape it. Her organization sort of validated what we had cracked and started to really promote as the new way to think about Africa's development. She's the founder of 12, would I be correct to say that? 12 Vest? But what I know funded us was the Green Investment Club. And she's led very defining changes along the lines of, preparing millennials to be investment ready and to take a wiser, more intelligent posture to their own finances. But in the midst of the excellent work that she was doing with her investment club, they started to actively think about the social impact side of things, saying, how do we be more present with solving the problems that are around us? And they sought a vehicle that could, facilitate that desire to deliver greater impact for the community. And last year we received funding from Green Investment Club. You can celebrate them, please. And it's been such an encouragement to the work that we do, because we primarily run a social entrepreneurship model, meaning that we always seek to earn from creating social good so that we can stay sustainable. And in 6 years, Ideation Hub Africa has, as you would see when we start to run you through some parts of the impact we've created, we've never had to be under pressure for philanthropy. We've never had to be under pressure for hand-me-downs. I come in peace. No intention to diss the good work that is being done on the philanthropic end. But we cannot any longer wait to be fed before we step up and show up and create the change that we know is pressing on our continent. And that gave great credence to the belief that we now hold, that every citizen, every business owner, every SMA leader, every entrepreneur, young or old, of course, our work is 90% to early stage social innovators, entrepreneurs, and change makers. Because we believe that if you can crack and fix the insights and the tools, the thinking that you need in the first 3 to 5 years of your work, then you can grow. And from that growth, you can step into sustainability and really continue to deliver change, because you have a well-engineered working model, a well-engineered working machine or machinery. And that is what has led us on the path that we've taken. In the course of my time with you today, because that was by the way of introduction, I want us to just take a bit of a deeper dive into the conversation around social innovation. Sometimes we lock ourselves in, or lock ourselves into buzzwords, and we're not able to really drain the juice that sits in what can create the transformation that we are seeking within our communities, within our countries, within our continents. And I'm hoping that in my time with you, I can not only stir up, new light in your heart, but I can get you to be co-facilitators. So get ready for it. This is not Keynote as usual. I'm not just going to be reading out from a script while I entertain you, and then you clap when I'm done. I will be dragging you right onto the conversation, because today, like I said to you, the dialogue is different. There are no typical panel sessions, no multiple short seminars and keynote speeches. And that is why this is going to be at the heart of an opportunity for us to learn together. So let's get on into this very important discourse around social innovation. Like I said to you, it's more important today than it was before because of the caliber of problems and challenges that we are faced with. In 2018, while I was in the United States on the invitation of the US government, and I was on multiple, policy committees walking through what could be answers for how to rethink healthcare, education, energy and environment, media, entertainment, agriculture, you see. One of the very interesting outcomes of those policy committees was that we reanalyzed the nature, anatomy, and body language of the problems that we're faced with in Africa. And the coinage for it is that our problems are wicked problems. The type of challenges that we're faced with, the type of social crisis that we're dealing with are called wicked problems, because they're problems that have problems that have problems that have problems that have problems. i.e., when you step into a public primary school and you think that you really just want to fix access to education, when you get into school, you then discover that the student isn't coming because there is the absence of economic disempowerment. So the student has to be on the street hawking for their moms. And the mom is unable to fend for herself because there is access to quality health care that is affordable for her level of living or her the capacity that she has at income level. And then you discover she's also a victim of domestic abuse. And then you discover that she caught the disease that she caught because of the environment that she lived in and how, so while you're trying to fix one, you ultimately find that handing a child back to school packs with pencil biros and, notebooks, and then offering learning intervention training to teachers so that they're paying attention to the learning styles of the children. When you are in your office, in your boardroom with your board members, team members, volunteers, these ideas sound excellent. Am I correct? You're just like, we've cracked this thing. And you're plotting, you have your theory of change. You're plotting your impact map. You can see what will be done in 3 years. You're working with excellent indicators. You even have your whole monitoring and evaluation matrix set. And you know your numbers. You know that this thing you're building is scalable. So you start from one local government, 3 schools. You start from 1 school to 3 schools. And in a year, you will cover 14 local governments. And in 3 years, you are in Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Kenya. So you sell it to your corporate partners. They sponsor you, give you the funding. You show them the value add to them. You are in big business, ready to go and change the world. By the time you step into the first primary school and you're told of the smartest kid in primary 3, he's just 6, but aces what primary 5 students don't know. You already begin to experience a mission stretch. A part of you starts to say, we should set up a scholarship fund. Because if we have bright children like this, money must never be a problem. When you speak to that child's mom, you discover that she doesn't have education in the near future of that child. Because as smart as that little boy is, he's also her source of hope, her source of feeding He's the one who gets on the street to do what she can't do because she has a health challenge. And it reminds me of a funny experience that a non-profit in Nigeria had in where in South Sudan, because they thought the children were going extremely long distances for them to get water, clean water, and bring back home. And they thought their innovation and their intervention, their desire to create this change would be so well received by the community, wouldn't it be? Because they were traveling many kilometers. They got to South Sudan and then tried to hold the first meeting with the key stakeholder who was like the, what are they called? In Yoruba language, they're called bales. So they're like the chiefs within those communities. And they had gone in and had the conversation with them. And they said, let us get the community members to join this meeting and let's hear from them what they would love. They were in utter shock how all the men, not -1, all the men who were in the room that day with the chief said, we don't want it. And you had better leave before we riot out on you. What? We are here to do you good. And they say the distance, the many kilometers during the day when the kids leave home to fetch water is the only time we have to be intimate with our wives. We all live in these one-room huts. And we need them to be away for long. Don't put the borehole at our backhead. Don't put it at the community square. Don't make it close. Don't do that. You are going to be altering our quality of life. You're going to be taking us away from our dream. You see, and that's a whole different conversation on its own. How we have this intellectual pride as change makers, and we make this armchair analysis without engaging the beneficiaries. We get into the communities, we get into the spaces where we want to put out these interventions, and we are shocked, right? Sometimes we get the feedback, other times we don't. We just wonder why what we have isn't working, though it looked so good on paper. So they call the African problems wicked problems because right within that problem is a problem that gives birth to a problem that gives birth to a problem. And maybe my first question to you today is, what are you really trying to fix? Because we found that at the base of social innovation is usually an intelligent, evidence-driven, research-oriented definition of the real problem. If we're not clear in how we undress the problem, we are not going to be able to crack a solution that fixes the problem, that increases social value, that creates new opportunities and is sustainable beyond the short term. Do you see this? So what is the problem that you are seeking to fix? What is the problem you're seeking to fix? I've got my mentor in the space, my big sister, and one of the first symbols of inspiration when I was clear that I was meant to step into this space, Ms. Toyin Adeshola. She's in the room. Please celebrate her. She's the founder of SAMI, Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative. And we've used SAMI again and again and again as case studies, you know, in our programs because it carries a sustainable working model for what true innovation looks like. And one of the things that you would find with SAMI, for example, is you will think that a sickle cell advocacy and management initiative would focus primarily on what? The health, isn't it? The sickle cell challenge, and then create the linkages for access to quality health care. You would believe that would be the only big thing. But what you would find in the initiative is there's a lot of investment in destigmatizing the carriers themselves. you will not know how powerful that is, but it's data driven. When you recognize that a carrier of the sickle cell anemia, for example, could be suicidal, even when they're not in crisis, when they're not in the pain of crisis, that they could struggle with their mental health and they could go through distressing degrees of depression and they could feel like they're of no value to the world. Whereas a significant population of the carriers are on the edge of the spectrum of genius. Extremely brilliant, extremely creative. Whereas, even when they were not facing the pain of crisis, they could be facing the pain of stigmatization, the pain of rejection, the pain of feeling pitied, and having a society that seems to be created without them in mind. So if they'd simply partnered with international health agencies and gotten the drugs, trained the nurses, organized the clinics, which they do. The last time I was in Auntie Tony's office, I felt like I was in a hospital. I was like, I have hospital phobia and the smell is too much. She was just shaking her head like, yes, you're in a hospital actually, because we've got drugs everywhere. And they've got these extremely well-organized clinics. They've got this whole filing system, as though you were in an advanced hospital. And while that is so commendable, it's a great place to celebrate again. Because she's herself a sickle cell warrior. And she's got multiple stories of victory, season after season. Yet, she's never been overcome by her own obstacles, but has constantly kept the vision clear. And I can't wait to step into the board of advisory next year at SAMI. I'm so excited for what's coming. And I'm just so pleased to be able to serve at that level within the work. You see, so they are not fixating on what looks like the core challenge. They're recognizing that there are associated traumas that come with being a warrior. This is how we must begin to think. And even if you are a business person in here, and as you listen to me in this moment, you're not yet actively thinking about social or corporate social investment, even though before you leave, we'll get you thinking that way. And we will show you how you can actually partner with Ideation Hub Africa, because what we are stepping into is profound on every level. It's profound on every level. And because you are in our mailing list, we're going to be really breaking things to you, like giving you the insider gist of what's coming for the work we want to do. I'm in Ghana, Kenya, and Malawi in the first quarter of next year. And it's all because the requirements for partnerships and collaborations are at an all-time, or is at an all-time high. And we want to go establish those alliances so that we can experience these Afrocentric transfers. What I am finding is many times the body language, the texture, the behavior, the evolution of problems in Malawi are just smaller in scale compared to what you find maybe in Nigeria. They are siblings, they have conference calls. Those problems have conference calls with themselves. How are you showing them in Nigeria? I did my base. Really? So if it has been cracked in Kenya, there's no need stressing. You can take that, template it, and then you just make the required localizations to your own unique situation. This is how we innovate. There's got to be an intelligent, data-driven, evidential undressing of the problems. So SAMI will do destigmatization, emotional coaching, mental health classes, really giving to the carriers, the warriors, what they require to stand on their own. Because don't forget, sometimes using SAMI as a case study, the greatest stigmatizations that the carriers, the warriors experience come from those who are with them, family members who care for them, who live with them, and who act as though I would rather you are dead because you're a burden. And you've got to be able to address the problem. You go data-driven. You speak with the beneficiaries of your proposed solutions. You have conversations with those who are experiencing that problem as a breathing, living pain point. We cannot create a solution that excludes those who have been victims of the problems we want to solve. Right? So we address the problem. We feel their emotions. And then we understand the context, the terrain, because a public primary school intervention in Ogun State is significantly different from in Maiduguri. And this is one of the earliest recognitions that social innovators make, or it's one of the quickest discoveries that really help you hold your place in the work. The power of recognizing context. The power of understanding the social conceptions within the spaces where the problems occur. Right? That undressing is critical, and that's where we really start from. If you have a pen and a journal, I want you to highlight in this moment what you recognize to be the big problem you're seeking to solve. Whether you run a nonprofit, a social impact organization, or you are a business owner, or you're even a career professional and you work within an organization whose values, hopefully, is aligned to yours. I want you to take a moment, and maybe it's even what you will do in the coming days that you haven't done yet. But how do you see the problem? What do you understand about the crisis you're seeking to fix? What sector of the economy is it situated within? What's your theory of change? Where are we today? And you might also think about the SDGs, which I still think is one of the most powerful ways to really situate your social innovation attempt in a sustainable fashion. So think about the 17 goals and ask yourself, what are we solving with our work? And you may find that they're overlapping, a few goals coming together, and your work is at the intersection of that. And social innovation is primarily about how we can explore innovative approaches, creative ideas, breakthrough thinking that is often very affordable, leveraging existing resources, and pulling in the human capital. That's one of the biggest things about social innovation and the way that it not just transforms society, but transforms lives, right? Because social innovation will pull the human capital resources available within a space and put them to use. At Ideation Hub Africa, we've run a volunteer-led model. At every time we're hosting a project, we're possibly working with a core team of 5, 7 people, and then sometimes we're having as much as 300 volunteers who'd work with us, because people are actually a lot more willing to partner with projects that fulfill their desire to give back and create change as well. And we've got to be on the lookout for those. So social innovation is really around how can we crack and uncover innovative solutions, creative ideas, breakthrough technologies, cutting-edge thinking that creates affordable solutions, because we're mobilizing resources that are available to us. We're converting what looks like waste to wealth, and we're using it to do what no one thought we could, because a true social innovator has an eye for spotting opportunities where they don't look like they exist. There are opportunities in this room, in this moment. Can you see them? And then you take those breakthrough ideas, that cutting edge technology, those new ways of thinking, and the mobilization of resources, both in persons and finances and materials and policy partnerships, right? You take all of those and you go for the jugular as far as a pressing
problem is concerned. Because you're not here simply because you didn't get a fancy job in a multinational or firm, I know that's why some people step into the space. They're just like, since I haven't gotten into so-and-so, let me just, there's one NGO that is, seeking for my attention. Anybody like that here? Nobody. So where would you rather work? Where would you rather work? Where's your dream? Where's your career taking you, ideally? It's brought you back into the space. So where did it take you? You did communications, and you're using it now in this space. Okay, I love it. So if we are certain that we're here to build, we go for the jugular. And what that means is we are not going to back down at the first sign of opposition, right? Because the answers are going to come, but they're like a slow boil. They're like a slow boil. So you stay there. You keep rethinking that solution. You apply, you rapidly prototype. You test, you take back. You validate. If it works, you scale. If it doesn't, you go back, working with the beneficiaries, asking the critical questions, and then exploring best first-in-class practices globally. I feel like that principle of mirroring has also really impacted our work at Ideation Hub Africa. Being able to look at what is happening in Malaysia and say, if this fixed education in Malaysia or Finland, if this fixed the healthcare crisis in the UK, if this fixed the third sector as a whole in Kenya, what can we take and what can we bring back to our base? How can we use it, right? And so that's what social innovation is. It's taking a second look at the challenges that surround us, especially the ones that beat at your heart, the ones that you feel like you're living for. The most powerful social innovators that I have found find that intersection between a change they want to create in the world and a sense of mission. Because when you have a mission, you won't seek permission. That sense of mission. Is that Solomon Ayodele? Great to see you. Please celebrate Solomon. He's, very precious to us at Ideation Hub Africa because he's one of the proofs that what we teach works, and he keeps extending the work further and further at Boys Quarters Africa, and we're just so proud, of how far the work has taken him. And for him, there's a story behind starting. There's a purpose that is so personal. There are experiences he's had as a young man, a young boy, that he's seeking, to either replicate or ensure doesn't happen to another young boy. And it's a powerful place to be. My question to you will be, if you've answered the problem you're seeking to solve, my question to you would be, why? Why? Why does this matter? Why does it matter to you? Why does it matter to your organization, right? Because if you've been in the social space for over 3 years, can I see your hand? Over 3 years? Over 5 years? Aha. Can you confirm that as you start to go along, if you don't revisit your why, you settle into running an organization beyond serving a mission? You now have bills to pay, teams to grow, recruitments to run, performance management to handle, an office to expand into that is central, at the heart of Surulere, Ikeja, Yaba, Lekki, wherever catches your fancy, and proposals to write, funding to, events to be part of or to host, all of that. And we get, we're sinking into the dynamics of perpetuating an organization. And by the way, nobody warns you. So let me be the one who brings you the good news. running a business or leading an organization in Nigeria is a superpower. It is a superpower. There are days that you start to trace back to your ancestry and you actively begin to say, at what point did I determine that this is how I want to live my life? Anyone ever been there? Where you're like, please, let's lay it all bare again. What was I thinking that from the beginning, from the ab initio, I didn't join a bank or a consulting firm and rise through the ladder? I mean, for someone like me who quit a high-paying consulting job in 2014 to start Ideation Hub the next year, I have been there where I'm like, by now, well, maybe I will be getting close to this level within the firm, right? So you have to, so staying close to the mission and the purpose and your why is what recalibrates you and gives power to your mission. It's what keeps you going. And it doesn't just keep you going, it helps you catch the next level of the work. Because it is, vision is progressive. So as you stay close to the mission, the vision, the why, you're going to be able to unlock what is next. And that's what's brought us to where we are at Ideation Hub Africa. We've reached 20,000 plus since 2015, right? Held scores, dozens of events, and really had high-powered think tanks and what I'd love to call mini social profit accelerators, supremely charged cohorts of change makers coming together to ideate solutions. We presented policy blueprints to the federal government of Nigeria, right? Don't worry about what they're doing with it, but be sure that it is on their table, right? And we've had several conversations with political decision makers on the behalf of the young people of Nigeria. We're sitting on policy committees in multiple countries on the African continent. To be honest, if you look at it in comparison to the work that needs to get done, you'll be discouraged. You're just going to be like, okay, how long is it going to take before the lead is shifting significantly? But I also must say to you that when we take an aerial view of the impact being created, and we're going to celebrate top 5 social innovators, this year at this event. You watch the videos, and they've been selected from a very merit-based pool of change makers. You see our documentary, you'd hear from our people, right? And when our report is out, we'll be happy to share that with you as well. And I'm saying all of that to say, whenever we choose to take an aerial view of the work in aggregation, the third sector is significant. Where we are as a people today, the type of developments that you see, whether it's in education or healthcare or agriculture or waste management, gender advocacy, economic empowerment, housing, energy and environment, whatever developments that we're proud of, and how the vulnerable population, the underserved, and those in need of interventions for which they can't pay. If you see those development outcomes, especially in rural areas, with roads that you can't travel by with cars, you're going to be thankful for the third sector. The third sector has been a significant engine for development, augmenting the inefficiencies of our government, even of our markets. So if you work in the space, you're a non-profit, you're an impact-driven business, you work with a government parastatal and you're pushing for change, you're partnering with a public sector agency, you in an advocacy group, you're using media to document social impact, whatever it is that you do that puts you on the cutting edge of creating social value, especially for the underserved, I want you to know that your work counts. Your work truly counts. There would have been more deaths. There would have been more devastations. There would have been more losses. There would have been more destructions. There would have been more wars. There would have been more unfed families. There would have been more permanently damaged persons just because they weren't able to put $10 on the table in a healthcare center. There would have been more of that. And so we make that decision that we're not going to be overcome with discouragement, but we're going to become strategic in the way that we think about the solutions. Because, to be honest, coming from a consulting background, I genuinely sometimes worry about the way that we run business. And even if it's a not-for-profit, it's still a kind of business because you're delivering a different type of profit for people and the planet. It's profit that is counted in the currency of purpose. Do you see? And because we're not for profit doesn't mean we're for loss, right? So there's got to be a strategic new way of approaching innovation. I'm going to read to you from one of my mentors, Jacqueline, who is the CEO of Acumen Fund, and I'm excited to be meeting her, March of next year in Germany. I look forward to it. I'm happy about it. It's that kind of year as well for us at Ideation Hub. We've thankfully received, access into a very senior executive education program with an Ivy League school. And I can't wait to be seated with my program director in class, really learning in a way that empowers us to, further push the lead for how we can deliver value for you and for the thousands of those that we serve. So before I read that, what I find is, it looks to me, especially when I get into conversations with leaders in the private sector, that the way the average business owner who is for profit thinks about his work and his product, his positioning, his packaging, and his people, it feels radically different from how people in the space think about their work and think about the kind of change they want to create. And what you find is the moment you start to toggle a little bit more those defining interactions between not just your mission, but the organization that houses it, not just your vision, but the venture that fuels it, that is the vehicle for achieving that vision, everything begins to change. Have you noticed that? So let's talk a bit about that. What have you done in the course of your work to create development outcomes that you find to have become a little lever, a little hinge, opening mighty doors? Simply because you shifted from not only thinking about the mission, but the organization. You stopped just not thinking about you stopped thinking about just the purpose, but the people. For example, the positioning, right? The partnerships, the people, the packaging, the everything beyond just this is what we want to do and it's powerful and can change the world. Before we get into the audience, right? A person reached out to me and shared her vision with me and was seeking funding. By the way, she was practicing on me one of the models within our social innovation program, right? Where we were talking about how to disrupt fundraising and how you don't have to fixate on big brands and big multinationals and big corporates and banks and all of that. How there are people around you from whom you could crowd source the resources you needed, and how you could shift to SME owners, and by the time you aggregate what's coming from there, you actually get the work done. So I'm sure she just listened to that module and is like, no problem, I'm going to start with you. So she writes this excellent proposal. She writes this proposal and sends to me. and says, this is the total amount we need, and if you could do this, I'm seeking to reach so-so number as well. And I read through it. And of course, the reason I then had a conversation was I knew I would give to her. I have to give to her. I have to give to the work, right? But since I will have to give to the work, we can convert it to a learning moment. So I start to highlight all the reasons from where I stand. She could never, receive funding from me if I wasn't already postured to support her. And we do that all the time with our proposals, so many times, and you wonder why they never get back to you. Because you're writing from this, this posture of what is called stubborn altruism. You are obstinate. It's not even stubborn. It's harder, the way they put it. That's the way my professor in University of Minnesota put it. He said, obstinate altruism, where underneath your proposal is almost, we are doing good for the world. You should support us. Next thing now, you give money to Davido and Big Brother Niger. But to support us, because you have that conversation with your team members. So you are murmuring under that proposal. It doesn't show the clear value to them, and they're thinking in value. They're thinking in numbers. They're thinking in benefits. But you want to hide your inability to explore the required, intellectual mastery. That research-driven understanding of how businesses work and what matters to them. And so you just dump it on them like, help us, help us. These young children, then maybe you put a few pictures, flies moving around, you capture that as well. Just to say, see what, look at our children in the world. And they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's not my business because I'm in business. And that's not where I'm even going today. That's why you have to not only be a part of the Social Innovation School, especially with all the new programs coming and the partnerships that we're striking with a university, a virtual university in the, am I correct, in the UK? Yeah, I think it started from the UK. So you have to be a part of that because education really empowers your execution, helps you see differently, and helps you make the move that you need in the right direction. So I want to hear from you, what has worked? What has worked? What have you started to do within your venture, within the organization that is shifting the lead? And don't worry if you're not core non-profit. If you've got a passion for impact, that's why you're in the room. And obviously, I know that about 80% of those in the room are active members of our community. But I've also got my friends, who, I don't know if I harassed them, but they're seated in the room. Bodam is in the room, Yagazi is in the room. And it's just a joy to have my own family members, staring at me today. So what has worked? What have you found in the course of your work that has moved you from merely having a great vision to an organization that can drive that vision and help you be sustainable and scale? Who'd love to share with us? Who'd love to share? Do you want to share? You're prepping it. You're prepping it. Okay, sir. Please share. Can we give him the other mic? Please celebrate him.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, sir.
I'm really inspired by your speech and the lecture this morning. And I'm very delighted I found myself here. It has added to my value. My name is Farouk Olatunshita from Severa Future. I'm based in Ogun State.
Well done.
So what I've been privileged to do, in my local government, there is an abandoned skill acquisition center, government facility, locked up. Probably the government have no interest in the equipment are there, although getting rotten. and probably they don't have interest in it, or there's nobody that can take charge of the facility. So what I did was to write to the local government chairman that this thing that is lying waste, there are thousands of youth in the community that need skills acquisition to advance their life and, of course, create add value into the local government and becomes employers of labor and also be economically viable. And once he saw the letter and he invited me and he asked me that there's no fund from the government to run the facility. That's why it is under lock and key. So how do I do it? And I told him that I don't need their funding, that I just need them to release the facility to me, that I will see what I can do in getting that place revived. So then he called a meeting with the council staff, and they are very rigid in releasing government facility to an individual. The mentality is that if government is not running it, nobody can run it, because it's government property. So it's only when government is ready to do anything, they go and open it. If they're not ready, it still remains there. It is government money, after all. So after my persuasion and effort, he now uses executive power. I'm talking about the council chairman, to vet, because the council staff don't want to release it. They believe it must be government running. But eventually, he uses veto power for me to grant access to the facility, and he asked them to go with me to take stock of the facilities there, including the bulb, the light, and so on. So we went there and we took the stock, and we both signed. This is what I met as at the time I'm coming in, and these are this, and we signed, and they left. So when they left, what I did was to did a flyer and a form that free skill acquisition in some selected areas: fashion designing, bead making, event making, catering, because there's a computer set there, computer ICT, about 5 or 6 of it. So I said the form is just 200 naira. I said, but the program is free. So with the mindset that if as an African, as a Nigerian, once we hear something is free, of course there'll be influx. People will rush down there. So, and I was able to use that to attract many young people in the community, very many of them. So I now invited them to a hall and let them understand that.
So you ran the program?
I ran the program, and eventually I was able to get funds from people within the community, even from the council chairman himself and some other philanthropists within the community, and the people that are passing out from the program, they get skills, they get empowered with items related to their field.
Well done.
So that's what I've been able to do. Thank you.
Wow. Now, that is rather interesting because, now please celebrate him again first. Because one of the things I wanted to highlight in my closing, amidst the urgent tools, and I'm just going to go into that because I've been told to get off the stage. But one of the things I wanted to highlight to you that we have found to be an important trigger for how social innovation is going to be accelerated this decade by Africans for Africa is to begin to rethink partnership with political stakeholders and the government. You cannot continue to take the posture of the government as the enemy. The government is too elaborate, too enormous in its infrastructure to either trigger development or stand in your way. We must rethink partnerships with political stakeholders, and we must begin to explore partnerships through policy making. If you're in agriculture and you're not pleased with what's happening, don't just seek to create change by your own interventions and programs. You have to get into those policy conversations. You need to know when the town hall meetings are holding and be there. If there's a government-led agriculture conference, you've got to be there. You've got to take cards and exchange them. We have to. So to hear him play this out so vividly for us is just very compelling. Partnerships are going to be defining, not just sectoral and not just cross-sectoral, but partnerships at the level of the government And isn't that just a great way to start to tidy up today, this particular segment of the day? What do you think? That was really good. Thank you. Well done. And I can't wait to even talk with you about how you can quickly scale this, and make it even be greater and get the attention of the government much more. Let me leave you with this particular quote by Jacqueline Novogratz, who is the founder and CEO of Acumen Fund. She says here, we can no longer count on governments alone to provide all the services a person needs to thrive. We probably never could, nor can we leave it to the markets alone. This next chapter in human history must start with a commitment to justice for all the world's people and be spurred on by our collective courage to innovate and experiment with new models that don't sit neatly within government or market forces alone. We have it within our grasp to identify, support, and grow solutions where markets have failed and governments alone have fallen short. What it requires of us is moral leadership and the recognition of fundamental human values of dignity, choice, and opportunity. Our interconnected world demands leaders who take risks and look out for pragmatic, not ideological solutions, and see investment as a means, not an end. Fundamentally, this is about whether our generation can use the tools, skills, and technologies available to us and create a global society where all individuals have the chance to flourish and contribute. And that's a powerful quote. Allow me to state again 5 top tips or tools or thinking that can radicalize your capacity for innovation. The first is an undressing, an intelligent, evidence-driven, data-based undressing of what the problem really is. A second is to build a venture around the vision. I dare say this is where I find many social innovators failing. We can't simply lean into our brilliance and the brilliance of our idea. We've got to recognize that if any vision will scale and become sustainable in solving what we've termed a weaker type of problem that has a seed of another problem within the womb of a seed of another problem, then we must begin to think of the organizational dynamics. We've got to think about the human capital. We've got to think about the branding. We've got to think about the positioning. We've got to think about the performance management and those managerial proficiencies that empower us to build a space and place where other people want to link arm to arm with us and build with us. Obviously, a third part is partnerships, and a sub under that, which has now become even a more powerful dimension to partnership, is seeking to open the doors that empower us to engage with political stakeholders and government practitioners, people in government. We've got to begin to think about the government as a key partner to triggering the development outcomes that we want to see across all impact areas. And it's important that we begin to take a new look at that. The fourth thing is a radical dimension of education. It's a radical investment in education. And when we get to the point of unveiling the next level for us with the Social Innovation School, I look forward to not just you signing up and getting your team members to sign up, but we're also seeking to crowdfund a great degree of resources that helps us move from 20,000 as at today to 50,000 by the end of next year and 100,000 by year 2030 of core certifications taking. But our goal ultimately is 1 million change makers, including the Office of the Citizen of the Federal Republic of countries across the continent who will use the tools that we hand them, everyday people, all across the continent to create change by 2030. But obviously, this fourth point is really about using education as an inoculation against mediocrity. We are dealing with a great degree of suboptimal performance on the continent. A great degree. If you lead just a team of 5 people, you already know what I'm talking about. And it's because of the challenges with our education, the challenges with our human capital building, and the challenges with our talent development. So what you find is you have to create original, homegrown ideas to empower your own team, because they come almost empty-handed. So you have to build from the scratch, and that's a different type of challenge that it poses on us, but it's one that we can achieve. So leverage education, leverage technology, and leverage immersive learning, i.e. not just a place they go to learn, but creating a system within your own organization where learning is continual. And number 5 is rethinking funding, And that's what Jacqueline Novogratz of Acumen Fund really focuses on. We've got to primarily rethink funding at 3 levels. First, you have to be a key investor into that idea. You've got to be a key investor. Stop thinking about putting your money in where your mouth is as something that shows that your vision hasn't been bought into. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying with that. When social innovators have to be the primary funders of their vision in the early stages of the vision, they find it discouraging because they feel like everybody's getting funding. Why am I having to put my money in here? But it's an inaccurate way to think about innovating. You might have to be the first key investor into the vision, and then as you have proof of concept and credibility grows, then you can begin to experience those partnerships that you're seeking. A second big level for investment is what I shared about really breaking out big-sized donations into crowd-funded support that come from people around you and, small-scale organizations that believe in where you are going. And a third big step is to flip philanthropy and convert it into reverse philanthropy, where people buy from you as a type of philanthropy. So begin to think about goods and services that solve a problem, deliver value, have quality, leveraging, powerful, innovative technology, and earn from it, knowing that that is a type of philanthropy that can stand the test of time. Thank you for joining us today and listening in on this speech, and have a great convening. Thank you.
From that phenomenal session. Remember the code, ladies and gentlemen. We remember. So we need to do that clapping again. And doing very well this time. Thank you so much, DDK. Thank you so much. I have my notepad full, and I know that we've been taking notes as well. Remember when we started the session today, we also committed to ensuring that we will not be the same people by the time we're exiting. Do you remember that? Good. Now, one of the ways to ensure that is, if you recall, growing up, when you get back from school, there's something your parents will likely do. They will ask you a question. Anyone has an idea what that question is? What did you learn in school today? Amazing. So I'm about to ask you that question, and between you and your seat partner, you just pick one person. You're going to be telling that person what you learned from the keynote session. And why is this important? Because something your neighbor says to you can actually add value to what you've learned already, right? So in this moment, I know you learned a whole lot, all right? So if you speak and your neighbor goes, everything you said, fire back. Because now they are denying you learning something new from them as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is, I know you learned a lot, all right, but just think about one of them, one thing that really stood out for you, and please add to that what you will do with what you learned. So from all you heard, what can you do differently? What do you need to rethink? What do you need to go back and work on? So that's what you'll be sharing with one person, just one person. So find your partner, give them a safe distance. All right? Find your partner, give them a safe distance, and just tell them one thing to take turns, one thing you learned from the last session, and one thing you will do better, or do more of, or do less of, or start doing, or stop doing from all you learned. Let's do that quickly. I may ask you, you need to take this seriously. We should be interacting and make it heartfelt. Don't make it textbook discussion. Speak from your heart. Try not to say everything, but say enough. Okay, so we should be rounding up. The second person should be speaking by now. The second person should be speaking by now. We should be rounding up. I love the look in some people's eyes. I see the passion, like, you know. Very good. Very good. So we're counting down now. All right. Well done. I know there's more to share. But don't worry, we have some more networking coming up, more opportunities to share. All right? Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Some people are still like, I need to say this other one. I know I cursed it, but I like it. Okay, so was that sharing valuable for you? Let me see, a wave of hand. Was it valuable hearing from your partner? Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, welcome back. Okay, so let's pause for now on that. Let me tell you what's coming next. You want to hear what's coming next? Can I tell you what's coming next? If you're ready, say ready. Some people are not ready. If you're ready for what's next, say ready. All right. Some people are judging me right now, saying this compare. She's making us share what we learned. What did she learn? I can see it. I can read your mind, and I came ready for you. I learned a lot. Let me tell you one thing I learned, amongst the many things I learned that is going to stay with me for a long time. DDK said something. She said, stay close to the vision so that you can unlock what is left of it. Powerful. I'll keep that in my heart because I know that when you get operational and start to run around, you may forget why you started in the first place, and that's really close to my heart, all right? So do you see that I learned too? My judges in the room. You see, your compare is learning. All right, so we're going next. All right, DDK mentioned during her session that we'll be telling a bit of the story, the Ideation Hub Africa story today, and we're going to do that with a documentary. It's going to be wonderful. We're telling our story from 2015 till date. I want you to pay attention and also look forward to picking some learning points from the documentary, okay? So it gets cinematic at this point, you know. I don't know if they'll turn off the lights and all. There's no popcorn, I'm sorry, but you'll be fine, okay? All right, so over to you, media team. Let's get that up.
Life is more about giving than receiving. Social works have been known by many names such as charity, charity foundation, non-profit, philanthropy, humanitarian services, doing good works, giving back, and several amazing names. Our goal at Ideation Hub Africa is to enhance overall well-being and help meet basic and complex needs of communities and people. Ideation Hub Africa was birthed in 2015. Our goal at Ideation Hub Africa is to enhance overall well-being and help meet basic and complex needs of communities and people.
Ideation Hub Africa started in January of 2015. In 2013, I was in a high-paying consulting job that I loved, and I still consider it to be such an empowering part of my career journey. And I remember that I would then go to volunteer in secondary schools, talking to young girls about personal development and, chastity and, becoming who they wanted to be. And that burden and that passion for young girls who were at the time and might be till now very marginalized, in disadvantaged situations, prone to sexual assaults and rape, experiencing even domestic violence from their parents, their brothers, their uncles, and who were dropping out of schools, and the education they were even getting was suboptimal. As I thought about all those things that stood in the way of the average young girl in a vulnerable community from entering into the kind of future that she deserved, even the very brilliant ones, I would find myself saying, why don't you really contribute more significantly to helping these girls? And that burden moved me on into 2013. And then I saw this announcement from Coca-Cola Foundation saying that we could get full scholarship into Pan Atlantic University to get into what was called the Social Sector Management Program. And that was what I considered the beginning of destiny for me. I got into the Social Sector Management Program, and then something changed. I got in there so that I could actually set up a non-profit organization for girls' empowerment. But I got into a class of 40, and there were at least about almost 20 other visionaries, men and women, who were running girls' empowerment, non-profits. And I saw that they were running the organizations in a very suboptimal way. They didn't crack their recruitment, their training and development, their compensation plan, their performance management, motivation, all the things that really make an organization sustainable. So I started to ask myself, why be one more NGO if you could convert your consulting expertise to empower these NGOs succeed at their craft, collaborate better as against working in silos, and really build out this social sector space? Because at the time, in 2013, if you were an NGO, you were really considered to be broke and you didn't have a job. That's why you just went into that space. And that was how my whole vision changed, from wanting to start an NGO for girls to starting a consulting firm for the social space. So the vision for Ideation Hub is simple. It is to provide education, enterprise incubation, an ecosystem that empowers a change maker to achieve more in the shortest amount of time.
Essentially, I was in charge of getting businesses and planning and coordinating events, and essentially just helping to introduce more social entrepreneurs, NGOs, into the IHA circle, basically. I felt like working here sort of brought me into the place where I became extremely pruned from more or less like from inside out. I started to interact with businesses. I started to, become the person for the job. That's it, right? And I learned business writing. I learned to present my thoughts in words, in writing. I learned to pay attention a lot more to the person that I was, more for myself, and because of this level, the caliber of businesses and individuals that I had to interact with, based off of what the job required, I basically had to go through that evolution.
I remembered before I joined Ideation of Africa, back in Akure, I was running this an NGO. Of course, we're at the point of registration, but at the point I just had to stop, and because I had this understanding that I do not really know what the development space is all about, and I think it's going to be a great experience for me if I can learn from those that are already playing in the sector. Joining Ideation of Africa, one of the first things it did, or one of the first things that I learned, is that the sector is a huge sector. Like DDK always say, if we are going to fix Africa, if Africa is going to take its place in the League of Nations, one of the aspects or sector that we have been, looking down on is the third sector, which is the development sector. And, coming in contact with Ideation of Africa, having to work under the leadership of Director Tony, as well as DDK, I come to understand that there is a lot of work.
Just having that 1 year with Ideation really just prepared me for, to think bigger in the social development work really that I do. And I think this year I'm doing things a lot better, just constantly improving myself on the learnings I got from Ideation Hub, my experience at Ideation Hub, and just, putting it. So I currently function right now in raising talents to achieve the SDGs, which, Africa Masterclass, if you think about it, was raising talents, to actualize the SDGs. I think my work at Ideation Hub has just helped me become a better person. So I'm constantly looking for the next big thing.
I joined Ideation of Africa as a volunteer. So that was really how I started my journey with Ideation of Africa. I came on board as a volunteer, helping to plan at that time the development dialogue. And after that experience, I then came on board fully as a project director. And ever since that journey, it's been from one level of experience, one level of growth, and a greater level of exposure. One thing about our programs within Ideation of Africa, our programs are very, 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 very innovative, and they stand out. So with every program, you're working with your cutting edge as against the norm. So you're not coming on board just, for the sake of executing any program just like the norm, but coming on board to fully execute the project, from an excellent and innovative standpoint.
We are often referred to as social saviors because we implement effective solutions to solve social problems for the good of the public.
Knowing what the definition of social savior means now, yes, I would say so because I'm very passionate about social issues around the world, and one of which is really about children, ensuring that there's quality education available for children and that it's inclusive at the same time. So when I talk of inclusion, is that children with disabilities are being included and mainstreamed into education. And so for the work which I do, I would say yes, I'm a social savior because these actions that we initiate on a day-to-day basis ensure that we bring solutions to the social space and make sure that not just those in the social space, but the community at large can feel the impact of the work that we do in terms of ensuring that children with disabilities have education, children with disabilities are included, ensuring equity for them where it's needed, and in a whole thinking partnerships, also working with different organizations to make sure that we make this happen. So yes, I would say that I'm a social savior.
And I think increasingly over the years, if I look at what are some of the things that drive me in terms of what I do, it has to be impact. And one of the things I told myself, I think it was at the beginning of last year, is that any work that I'm doing going forward has to be a work that creates impact. Impact for the livelihood of people, impact for the less vulnerable, and just impact in terms of just building the entire Nigerian economy, because I believe that Africa is rising and there's a lot of role to play as individuals. So I'll say yes, I'm a social savior.
We are a social profit accelerator, providing early-stage social entrepreneurs and non-profit professionals with experiential education, enterprise incubation, growth advisory, and collaborative platforms to start, scale, and sustain the big ideas for changing Africa.
Interesting. I think the first time I heard about Ideation Hub was just trying to seek knowledge and trying to understand, is there somebody sharing something that I can learn about the social space? Because I came in from the private sector, having worked there for about 13 years, and then found myself in the not-for-profit space. And so I just wanted to get information. And so somebody pointed me in the direction of a hub where I could get information, then the development dialogue. And so somehow I became a part of the development dialogue. And about 3-4 years ago, yes, I had to speak at the development dialogue, and then not just at the development dialogue, also being a part of the masterclass series that Ideation Hub has been doing for people in the space. I would say for me, how it has helped me develop is in interacting with other like minds, doing the same thing like I'm doing, and also people that are aspiring to do the same thing. So it gives you that broad view. And I would say that's how it's impacted me, because now I have a network of people I can always reach out to should I need information. But more importantly, you know, when you just interact with other people, you realize that you're not alone in your own cocoon. So it's really helped me to be able to shape my mind and to get information. So I would say that's like the biggest thing that Ideation Hub has done for me. So it's not just in me giving out, but also being able to glean information, because in the last masterclass series, I wasn't the only one that spoke, other people spoke. And so I was able to also listen to them and get to learn from them what they are doing in their own space and how they're making change happen. So yes, it's been an amazing journey for me. Learning first before I became a speaker, but more importantly, also interacting.
I see Ideation Hub as a hub for a lot of social impact issues, not just for people in non-profit space, but people in the social enterprise space. Because sometimes we always focus on the non-profit space. There's also the social enterprise space. And I see it as a hub of involving different people from different aspects of life, different stakeholders, bringing all of us together to be able to solve social impact issues that are rising, of course, especially in Africa, and helping people who are passionate about doing something like this, but don't have a clue on how to do it and don't have the training or the skills to be able to put them all together, link them with mentors, link them with information and experts to be able to make their non-profit stay longer. Because in Africa, we know that even in ordinary business, if you're 5 years old, you should celebrate that you're 5 years old, because it's a giant leap for any organization or entrepreneur. So yes, I see them as a hub to help people achieve their goals and dreams. Yeah.
Ideation Hub is a catalyst, right? Because Africa, we hear this always, but we understand that Africa is blessed with immense potentials and gifts. And now we are getting into the next revolution, industrial revolution. You could understand that everybody is talking about Africa, everybody is thinking about Africa. And there is no other association, organization, just like Ideation Hub, which is being owned by an African, and also preferring solutions for the problem of Africa. And you could also see that in their innovative programs, where they train young people in terms of discovering their need, their potentials, in discovering their purpose, holding their hands, training them, and also linking them up, to mentors who will hold their hands and ensure that whatever innovation or whatever solutions that they are developing will become something sustainable.
The journey has been encouraging, inspiring, but at the same time, every day I see what could be that is not yet. First with us as an organization, but also even with the space that we're sent to. Sometimes I wonder if our work isn't just maybe a drop in an ocean, because Africa is huge. Her problems and her challenges they are sophisticated. The type of social problems and crises on the continent are very windy. We call them wicked problems, because they are problems that give birth to problems that give birth to problems. And when you think you're solving one, another is showing up. So sometimes I actually wonder if it's not just a drop in the ocean. But when we see the kind of results that we're generating, you also get encouraged that, okay, there's progress. 3 significant types of successes have marked our work that keep me going. The first is really becoming an ecosystem. I'm excited about the fact that we're creating spaces and places for collaboration and for partnerships. especially for early stage practitioners. The thing with being an early stager in the nonprofit space is, to be honest, people don't listen to you early. Because so many people had gone ahead of practitioners in the social space and had really messed up opportunities for them. People get funding and there's no accountability. People say they're working on something, they're not really working on it. People inflate figures, impact figures, you know, and so those things have made donors and stakeholders in the private sector really wary of practitioners in the social space. And so if you're an early stager and you're in maybe the first 3 to 5 years of your work, you have to do double the work to really gain credibility. And those who've gone ahead of you are not easy to connect with and partner with. You don't just show up and be like, I'm starting out and I want to partner with you, right? So I'm excited about the ecosystem we're building and the collaborations we're creating. I think we're almost a 12,000 strong community, and that's not a bad thing for how far we've come in the space. So I'm excited about the ecosystem. I'm excited that we meet people who say they met at Ideation Hub and are now co-founders, or they are now working together, or they got a joint grant, executing a project together. That's really, you know, exciting for us. The second thing would be how we've created learning communities. That excites me very much, maybe because I'm a bookie and I love to read. I love to see people thrive and grow their competence through education. And so I'm really proud of, for example, African Masterclass series is one of our breakthrough learning immersions, and that keeps me going. A third thing would be, to be honest, I didn't know this was a thing until people started giving us feedback. It feels like Ideation Hub has sort of elevated the brand of the social sector, at least in Nigeria, with something like our annual Thought Leadership Conference, Development Dialogue, with Women in Development Summit. You know, beyond the ecosystem and education, people feel proud to say, I'm in the nonprofit space, or I run a civil society organization, or I'm a social impact business. And so that brand elevation is something we're really proud of as well.
We deliver value to our community through our learning platforms, such as our mentorship immersion, African Masterclass series, and transformational programs and conferences, such as Development Dialogue and Women in Development.
I would say that IHA, or Ideation of Africa, has done so well. There's a lot of conversation that is going on now within the not-for-profit space, and a lot of people are having dialogues. I'll say the first dialogue that I knew about in Nigeria is the Development Dialogue that is powered by Ideation Hub. Because what it's done is she's brought together, and she now for the organization, not the founder, has brought together, you know, a lot of social innovators and helped us to come in together to one room to have conversations that we will normally not have. Nigeria has a lot of people doing stuff in the different places. And one of the things that I love about the SDGs is Goal 17, which talks about partnership for growth. And you can't operate alone trying to make it happen, because change, I look at change like an ocean, right? And it's like little drops. And once it's dropping from different angle, at some point it becomes a mighty ocean. So pretty much that's what Ideation Hub has done for us, to bring us together to be able to have important conversations that we would normally not have. But I still think that the conversation needs to continue so that we don't stop the conversation. So, you know, pretty much when you are giving pass mark, you don't give 10 over 10. So it's not like you are that teacher that just dishes out the marks. But pretty much, I would say really great. I mean, when I look at from when the conversation started till now, I think it just keeps raising the bar, and that's absolutely amazing.
But what I love much about that interaction or that platform is the fact that it brought everybody together. So I work with government, for example. Government is a clear stakeholder when it comes to just turning tides around in Nigeria. But I know that government alone can't solve the problems that we have. Neither can private sector alone. There's a third sector, But just even before, beyond the third sector, it's like a collaborative effort. And I saw that at play. I saw social innovators at play, just sort of demonstrate some of the solutions. I saw people doing a lot of beautiful things. And I was like, wow, we need more of these platforms and more of this engagement going on, even at deeper levels. So I can imagine such conferences or such programs happening, say a sector specific. Let's have a development dialogue for agric, for example. And we're honing into the agric sector and looking for creative solutions that will bring about change in Africa.
So the African Master Series class, where I was a guest mentor, I would say, again, phenomenal. And the reason why it's phenomenal is you don't even know the impact until you start interacting with different people that start telling you the things that they've learned. I see the impact on two levels. So it's not just for those that are participating, but even for you that you're speaking on the platform. What it gives you really is gives you a bigger platform, really. And people from different parts of Africa get to know about your work.
We have put together several events, both physically and virtually. Our programs have transformed the lives and minds of social innovators and change makers in Africa. We have reached a total of 85% from Nigeria and 31% from other African countries. 100% of participants who have been involved in our programs and mentorship immersion have achieved great impact in their organizations and career fulfillment.
I know that for a lot of guys in the development space, for them, the good news is money. But for me, the good news is not money, it's system, structures, and people, right? And I'm going to state that as a precursor to the money we got eventually, right? So it was after the masterclass we got some sort of funding, which I'm going to talk about, right? So I mentioned that after the masterclass, after AMS, one, I did an overhaul, right? If I told people to go, I restructured the entire thing. And one thing I remember doing, which took me a lot of time, was I did a lot of documentation, a lot of paperwork. It was stressful, it was hard, because of course I was telling myself that we're just 2 years, why am I doing all of these things? And I'll tell you how it came to play eventually. So I started doing a lot of documentation, I told a friend of mine recently that at some point in 2020, I did HSC documentation for a building we don't have, right? So just show how detailed we were, contract document for volunteers, for staff members that we didn't have yet. We only had one staff then, a lot of restructuring volunteer-wise. I had to step back from some things to allow other people and so that I can focus on something more strategic. Our social media too, we were now using it well, the way we should use it around storytelling. So we're not just posting because we wanted to post. We're not posting because, there's a calendar somewhere. So after we did that, I think it was around October 2020, someone had reached out to me in Abuja to say, there's a grant somewhere, XYZ, and the like. So they just sent the link to me. I said, beautiful. It wasn't even specific to say gender or anything. They just wanted you to, it was like an influencing grant of some sort. So I got the link, and there was an initiative I had created after Africa Masterclass called Project Sabi, which was around mobilizing men and boys as allies towards ending violence against women and girls. So I created the proposal for that project, right? And we had sent it through, and it was in 6 figures in euros. And as at then, the highest money that we've ever gotten in boys' quarters, maybe highest from our board chairman, maybe 500,000. So we're getting 10K here, 20K there, 30,000. At some point, we had a lump sum of maybe like $1 million, but I mean, we've never gotten anything lump sum. So I'd sent that proposal, right? And the idea of the partnership was that this organization wasn't doing a lot around gender. They were going to position themselves as a lead partner. We have the idea. I had created training curriculum since long ago. I mean, the end-to-end idea was ours. I don't want to say it's mine. It was ours, right? So we are positioning to them, and by January, I just got a call to say, guys, your grants proposal had gone through the first level.
to be very honest, in my head, I felt like, okay, the first grant we'd ever get officially would be like maybe say $2,000, $10,000 at the most, right? So it was way close to 200,000 euros, right? So we had to do some interviews, we had conversation and all of that, right? And by May, we had gotten the confirmation from the donor that our proposal had been approved, right? By ending of June, right? We got the contract already signed, and for us it was a big leap because the grant covers administrative fee, covers quite a lot, and we had to implement those projects in Lagos, Enugu, and Abuja, right? Of course, money is not the main thing, but what money does is to amplify your voice. What money does is to give you the energy to do more, right? The encouragement to do more. And aside this, because it's a 2-year grant, we needed to hire at least 70 members, right? So all of the contracts are done then after the Africa Masterclass started coming to play. I didn't have to reinvent the wheel. So at the point when the donors were asking questions, oh, do you have this? Yes. Do you have that? Yes. Do you have this? Yes. How did you come up with this? Yes. Can you share this? It was at the speed of light, right? So yeah, and that's where we are now. And the entire idea of the project is to mobilize men. So we are focusing on the informal sector and the formal sector. So we're engaging union leaders. We're currently having a partnership with the national president of NGRTW. We still met with him some weeks back, and even the chairman in Lagos, MC Oluomo, right? So we're going to be running full-blown trainings for union leaders, for car parks workers, for drivers, for ticketers, right? Aside that, we're also going to be creating a boys club, Boys Against Gender-Based Violence, in 30 schools across Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu. And we're also going to be creating a platform called Sabi Social Construct Platform, where men can go, you answer like 10, 15 questions and to show your misogynistic level. And once you get your percentage, you'll be led to a training platform where you can learn about misogyny, about male dominance, about sexism, about what you need to know about gender equality and inequality. So for us, the money just came based on the preparation we already had. It came at the point when we were preparing ourselves for opportunity. Because, I mean, at the point when we had done Africa Masterclass 1 and 2, I was already preparing my mind for something big. I didn't know I was going to come. I mean, and just to state it out clearly that this proposal that got us the grant was like maybe the 50-something proposal I had written. I'd gotten used to getting rejection emails. So the two come, oh, we are sorry we cannot fund boys related. Oh, we are sorry, we like your idea. But so this just came, and it came at the point where we even forgot all the past rejection emails, right? So the engagement with IHA sort of gave us the opportunities to prepare for all the opportunity we're anticipating, right? And of course, I still go back, I still piggyback to the conversation here and there. When I'm meeting with my team, I still tell them, oh, you remember what Lamide Johnson said in Africa Masterclass about storytelling? Don't just post anything, be deliberate. Know what you want to post, know why you're posting it, you know. Ensure you're telling a story, ensure there's a trajectory, right? So IHA has sort of helped us understand what we are doing well.
The curriculums are well grounded in a deep understanding of the African continent, the African woman/man, and the African problem. And those curriculums, because they are that targeted, it makes it easy for the average African who wants to cause change to understand, internalize, implement, and get results. The different one, I've interacted with African Masterclass series, Development Dialogue series, and even the different other things that are done as activities in the Ideation Hub Africa. The level of work is deep-seated. I almost want to say, across the continent, I don't think I've seen any organization that does that deep-rooted work, especially with social saviors.
Apart from providing continuous learning, we have awarded grant support to our community through the Talent of the Future Award. We have impacted 10,000 beneficiaries and have reached 20,000 change makers in Africa.
So in 2018, I came in contact with Ideation Hub Africa, and I was invited with my team to Lagos, Nigeria, to be a part of the program. We're sponsored by Ideation Hub Africa to participate in the program at no cost. And this program marked a turning point for my foundation because the knowledge we got from that program really changed a lot of things about how we operated as an organization. And not just coming for the program, but also winning. You know, the keenly contested Future Talent of the Future Award also was a big booster for me on this journey. And the organization also gave us a stipend grant of 100,000 Naira, which we used in registering our organization in 2018 as well. And ever since then, the Fame Foundation has gone on to do so many great exploits. Because I remember when we came in 2018, we had impacted about 10,000 beneficiaries. And looking back now, from that point till now, we've been able to reach 19,000 beneficiaries. So there's no way I can talk about our journey, at Fame Foundation and not see the role Ideation Hub Africa played in it.
Development Dialogue is Africa's leading annual thought leadership conference designed for NGO leaders, development practitioners, non-profit professionals, social innovators, impact-driven entrepreneurs, and change makers across Nigeria and Africa to engage and learn from diverse experts in a one-day memorable conference that will transform their minds and provide clarity on the way forward to achieve the Africa of our dreams.
If I look at what Ideation Hub is doing, even from the policy development angle, from the accelerator programs, it's everything all together that creates that solution for our economy. So I see them as a think tank team, that government will leverage on to actually create economic policies that will change the narrative in the Nigerian context, or even in the African context, in the global context. I see them as platforms where a lot of social entrepreneurs will come together to solve African-wide issues that touches on issues that are happening in East Africa, West Africa. Almost, if you look at a Rockefeller, for example, the Rockefeller Foundation, their impact is felt worldwide, and that's where I believe Ideation Hub will start to influence, world programs.
Africa is rising and requires innovators, thought leaders, and visionaries who would work with big ideas and leverage collaboration to bet our future.
Without equivocation, every social innovator who is serious about change making in Africa, every social reformer, everyone with a heart for the people, everyone with a heart for Africa. What are those things you say? I have a burden for Nigeria. Everyone, in that category should be plugged into the ecosystem that Ideation Hub provides. And why? Because when the executive director was starting out in 2014, the major problem she wanted to solve was that there was just scatterings, like a scatter diagram. NGOs, each doing their own thing, attending to low-hanging fruits in the space. And there was no structure, no organization, no thrust, no vision, the competence level. There was passion, but there was no commensurate level of competence. And that is what I believe that Ideation Hub at this core is still solving.
Moving forward, we foresee a future where Africa will continue to thrive and be the giant of transformation.
Ideation Hub Africa is in quite a defining phase, and we've sort of said to ourselves internally that we are into our next level evolution. As an organization, we know that we've had big wins. We know that we've impacted the landscape very significantly, but we're not resting on our horse because we know there's so much more. If we truly believe that we are critical to shaping Africa's outcomes this decade and elevating our prosperity, then it becomes important for us not to step back or get used to where we've been. So many things are changing as far as Ideation Hub Africa's work is concerned. We are still at our core a social profit accelerator, and we're still so passionate to empower early stage social practitioners. But a few things are going to become defining for where we're headed next, and I will just share three. The first is we are now going to be edging stronger to the intersection of social impact and policy making, because we recognize that the government is still a very defining factor if we're going to be able to accelerate the continent's development and her prosperity. If we're going to see the kind of transformation that we're expecting across all sectors and industries within the continent, we need the government at a different level. Here is what I have found, because I now sit on a few committees advising the government. There is a greater degree of willingness on the part of the government than we give them credit for. Sometimes African governments, and I dare say the Nigerian government, has questions about what will work, and is just not very certain. If the government is clearer and they had partners, advisors and consultants in the private sector that could really offer counsel about what will work, they're willing to explore it. So we are preparing ourselves to really edge further into policy making and provide the intersection for the government and the players in the social sector. So NGOs, we're happy to work closer with NGOs, consortium that have civil society, social impact businesses, and begin to present roadmaps and policy documents to the government for what can really work. The second thing you can expect to see from us in the course of this decade is we are going to go live with what you can call the Harvard Business School of Social Innovation in Africa. In the course of this decade, we're going to have a physical institute where students can actually walk in and get certified as program managers, get certified as fund managers, get certified, as visionaries who really can create a change in the landscape of community development, and across the impact areas. So we are really going to go bigger with our Social Innovation School, and we will share a bit more about that and what we're doing already as far as that is concerned. But for sure, it's a big part of our emerging future. We would love to see 1 million change makers transformed through our live and in-person as well as virtual programs over the course of the decade. That is what is going to be a big number for us by the end of this decade. So by 2030, it will be a joy to have really trained, empowered 1 million change makers with executive education that helps them get results with their work. A third big thing that is going to define where we're headed next is a lot more what we will call intra-African partnerships. We see ourselves really holding the hands of built ecosystems in other parts of the continent. We've worked maybe a lot more in Nigeria and a bit across the West African arena, the region, but we really want to step across the entire continent and see how we can maybe collapse ecosystems into a bigger ecosystem so that Africans can connect more with themselves, collaborate more with themselves. There are models of social innovation that we have cracked in Nigeria that we can give Nairobi. There are models that they've cracked in South Sudan that can come to Accra, Ghana. And I hope that we will be a key part of triggering those kind of outcomes in the years to come.
We indeed appreciate your support and thank you for taking this walk with us as we jointly put Africa on the global map.
I feel like we can do better with the clapping.
Very much better.
Yes. Wow, 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 wow. I don't know about you, but I feel like wow.
5 years, you know how short a time, how much progress.
Absolutely.
And given the decade, things indicating so much excitement in the air.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
much excitement.
Absolutely.
Just how many years from now till the end of the decade? And it's going to be so great. I can't wait for that school to open.
Yeah,
Physical.
yeah. I love that moment.
So much.
So good, very good. Thank you so much, everyone. I really must commend the audience. You know, there were moments during the video where I was like, this is a clapping moment, will they clap? And then you guys just did it. I'm like, yeah. You guys, please clap for yourselves. I mean, you are the appropriate audience for this event. Well done, everyone. And I also feel really proud to be here today. Do you feel that way? Like, I feel so proud to be part of this, like, all this good stuff. Yes, I feel proud to be a change maker. And let me tell you one of the things I picked from that video. And you know, I told you that we should all pick something, at least make sure you learn one thing, right? For me, I like how DDK shared at the beginning, how she started off feeling like, I want to help the girl child. And then transitioned into this. Like, imagine if she was holding that to her chest. Like, you come into the game and then you see a bigger problem, but you're like, you know what, I'm just going to hold on to this original thing. I mean, that is, I'm just going to stay on that.
Doesn't that say talk about innovation?
Yes.
You know,
yes.
you see something, you like it, you want it. It's good. If she had started the girls only, non-for-profit, it would have been great.
Would have been clapping.
But look at the bigger picture, of switching and becoming a hub for several others. And it's just so great. So much. I want us to appreciate how far Ideation Hub has come.
Wow.
And now, this is that kind of appreciation what we talked about at the beginning. Remember, it's the celebratory edition. You want to appreciate from your heart.
It's okay to stand.
Yes,
if
you want
serious?
to. Celebrate how much work they have done. If they have impacted you one way or the other. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
You so much.
Thank you. We can have our seats. And please let me take this moment to acknowledge the online audience. We have a lot of people on the other end watching. Please let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much for staying through. They've been in the chat box. It's buzzing. They're excited. We appreciate everyone over there. Thank you.
Yeah, while the ED was speaking, some people walked in, special guests. Some of them she mentioned while she spoke, but I'm just going to recognize some of them here that we can cite. One of them is the CEO of Gazmadu Studios. We know her, Yaga Ziegwere.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you.
All right, Idiki mentioned her, but it's of great mention again to say that the ED of Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative.
Woo! Thank you so much.
Too. Ladies and gentlemen, Toyin Adeshola.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, also, she runs the Green Hub Investment. I don't know if I got this right. All right? Did I get that right?
Almost.
Yeah, okay, the Green Club.
Sorry.
Yes. The Green Investment Club.
Yes.
All right. Let's celebrate Tomi Balogun.
Woo!
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you so much. And the last but not the least, I think we should mention some others as we see them. Yes. He is an associate publisher with the African Development News. And then he walked in some minutes just past his session. Ladies and gentlemen, Somtom Bellu. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for being here. We saw you on the big screen.
Yeah, we saw him, and then I just looked. Someone walked in. I'm like, oh, he missed it just by a minute. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. We have so many amazing people all over the audience. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so we're moving on to a very, very important segment of today's event, and this is the part where you get involved. DDK mentioned during her keynote speech that this isn't the usual development dialogue. We're going to hear from you. We're going to put you on the spot. Allow me to say it that way, but in a good way, right? Because we're here to learn from each other. And so we're going on to the audience open house. Audience open house, very important section. And do not trivialize what can be in this moment, okay? You've heard people tell their stories up there. This is not a time to feel like, oh, I'm just starting. Come on now. We're here for this. We're here to strengthen each other. So if you're doing something amazing, which everybody here is doing, right? This is a time where you can step forward to talk about your pragmatic social innovation ideas, what you're doing in your space, what you have done, what you're doing, what you're looking to do, what is powering what you're doing, what's your why, what problem are you trying to solve, those ideas, what's your theory of change? Allow me to use words like DDK. I mean, when I hear DDK, good words like that. What are you doing in your space? This is that time. So we would have people volunteer. You can lift a hand. We will do a count, and you will come up here for about 2 to 3 minutes to quickly run us through what you are doing, with what you have. And please, like I said, be advised, do not trivialize all the good things that can come out of coming here to share what you are doing, okay? So just with a lift of hand, if you're interested in coming up here 2 to 3 minutes, don't miss your moments, brethren. All right, so you can just have your hand up. I'm sure some people online are itching right now.
Awesome.
If I was in that room.
Awesome.
Don't dawdle. All right, so let's have your hand up. So we'll do a count. All right, so please, if you want to go.
Should we mention what comes after this? No,
Okay.
should we put it in the bag?
Let's give them an idea. But let me see the people's hand that are up first, please.
So
Then you tell
it
them
doesn't
1,
influence
2,
those that will raise their hands.
3, 4. Okay, the hands are now. Please, you need to lift it a bit
let's just
higher.
count from here.
Okay,
1,
so 2.
That's just
one table, one
2,
person here, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so
3,
we have 2
4.
people here. 4, 5, 6. Okay, 2 people there, 7. 8, 9, 10. So we want to do 10, right? We want to do 10. Okay. So let's see how it goes. Okay, so tell them what it's about.
Okay, so the audience open house, I just want to get one exact word. Now it must be authentic. 1,
Yes, we're looking for
2,
authenticity, local context.
the local context of what you're doing, and then the data proposition, and then what you have done already or are about to do.
Yes.
So it must fall within these 4, lines. So if you think what you want to say falls within this line, please raise your hands again.
Oh, yeah, precisely.
1.
Okay, so I think that it will be fast. What we'll do is we'll take one person per table. Let's start
That works, and then we'll go again.
And then if we have yes, we'll go again. All right, so we will start from this table. Is that okay?
Yes,
all right, yes. So we have one volunteer. Please come up.
Please
Let's put our hands together.
her the applause of the change makers applause. Let's brand that.
And please make sure to introduce yourself, and then you just do it within 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. Yes, quick, real quick. I'll be right here.
Thank you.
But there's a timer up there, though, so you're starting at 12:30, so you can work with that, yes.
All right, then good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and it's amazing to see DDK today. My name is Emma Inyekong. I am the program coordinator for Philanthropy Circuit. We're a non-profit research and media organization with a more Pan-African focus, but we are headquartered here in Nigeria, and we operate remotely. Now, Philanthropy Circuit has positioned itself as a non-profit ecosystem philanthropy support for other nonprofits in Africa. We try to ensure that we're able to provide access to critical knowledge, resources, and tools that nonprofits, such as most of you here are, can use. Currently, we've been able to collate data and research on civil society organizations within the Nigerian space, philanthropies, non-profit, development agencies, and how we've been able to really collaborate and partner during the pandemic as a way to really provide best practices that non-profit professionals can use going forward in future. And it was really amazing to see things like how the importance of restructuring our thoughts around funding, around giving practices, around learning, because these are also things that we've been able to bring out in the research and convenings that we hold. We also aim to host dialogues and create spaces for collaboration within African nonprofits and also, of course, locally within Nigerian nonprofits through our social sector networking events, and then our online, which had been physical up until we had the COVID pandemic come on, and then our online convenings that we hold quarterly, bi-monthly over the course of time. I'm conscious of time, and I'm hoping I'm within time, but thank you so much for the opportunity. And please check our website. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well done. All right, so let's have the person from the next table, one person. So just get ready. After that table, table 5. We christened you table 5. You're next. So whoever is coming from there, please get ready. Once the person is rounding up, just start coming. Over to you, timer.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
It's so amazing to be here again, DDK. So, how many of us have had the privilege to do a final year project before, or a dissertation, or a thesis? How interesting was it for you? Oh, man, it's not the nicest, but it's not the nicest if you don't know how it works. It could be really interesting. So like DDK had a vision shift when she went for the Coca-Cola event. I also had a vision shift when I was here last year, right here.
Wow. Good place to clap.
I'm supposed to be talking about waste management, but I'm talking about projects, guys. What happened was, after development dialogue last year, I really went back and started to think about what I felt I was born to do. I was not feeling the waste management thing. It's something I'll still do, but I was not feeling it for the moment. And so I checked myself again, and I saw that I love to teach. I love to make sure that people can approach problems in a pragmatic, logical manner. And I realized that academic research is done a lot differently than, I don't know, the business space does research. And if everybody gets to follow through the process of doing an academic research in an interesting manner, then you find out that when you come out, you can look at problem solving differently. Part of the reasons our wicked problems are still wicked is because we are too lazy to do the required research to find the research-oriented problem. Because you mentioned it in the keynote, Ma. You were talking about the research-based problem finding. Because if you don't find out the problem based on research, you will be trying to solve the problem based on how you feel it should be solved. And then that's where we get to another problem. The problems give birth to more problems. And so I told myself, you know what? Why don't you start something? You have the skills. You're currently doing your PhD. You love to teach. You love to read. You know how research works. You've worked with professors. You've been in the academia for a while. Why don't you start to teach people how to do research? Of course, along the line, I've helped people do their thesis and dissertations, and I've eaten money. But the point is, people need to see that if you can go through the rigor of learning how to do academic research, then your approach to problem solving will be different, totally different. And then it will definitely trickle down into how you solve problems in your individual spaces. And so I'm the lead researcher of Research Ready.
Amazing.
And we've been on it now since April. It's not so long, just April. But between April and now, it's been amazing. I've learned quite a number of extra skills that I've needed to be able to execute academic research.
Fantastic.
I've met people that are also planning to partner with what we are doing to make sure that a lot more people have access to the tools that they need to do interesting academic research that can help them actually solve problems.
Amazing.
So,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, exactly. Well done. Thank you very much. All right, so we have, so please let's take note, audience, all right, because we are going to be nominating or, voting some winners. Everyone here is a winner, but there's something at the end of this, right? So please let's take note. Exactly. So let's take note of the names of the organizations being called so that when it's time, you know who you're voting for, right? So we have our next speaker. Please come right up. Thank you.
Let's also keep it within 2 minutes.
Yes, please, sir.
Or less.
All right, so time.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, DDK. It's amazing to meet you. I am Jemima Amonahini, and I am a lady that's a product of years that happened between the ages of 13 to 19. I grew up in the rural community of Ikotun, and growing up as a teenager, the kind of exposure I had was even if you got to finish high school, it's either you drop out, learn a trade, and even if you do get university, you're not advantaged to get the kind of jobs because you're not connected to the likes of Dangote. And because of that, growing up as a teenager, I had struggles with developing a true sense of self-worth. I believe I was disadvantaged because I grew up in a rural community. And now that an adult, and I found out the truth of what it really means to be a person, knowing fully well that I am not defined by where I have come from, but I am defined by what really is in me. And my genius does not have to be trampled on the floor just because I grew up in a rural community. This very burden or this very desire birthed the Winton faculty. The Winton faculty is committed to raising teenagers to develop a true sense of self-worth by equipping and empowering them with personal development and 21st century skills. We're still a baby, a year and some months, but I want to say that in this couple of months, we've been able to reach out to 1,000 teenagers online and on-site, where we have taught them on personal development and equipped them with technical skills. We just concluded a tech bootcamp where we taught them website design. In few years to come, I see the Winton faculty evolving, not just within the Ikotun community, but to reach out to other rural communities, such as Ajegunle, and even beyond Lagos. I see the Winton faculty extending her tentacles to build teenagers, to find those diamonds in the rough, to bring them out from their hiding place and help them understand that no matter where you come from, you're not disadvantaged.
Amazing.
And the world needs to hear your genius. Thank
Amazing.
you.
Well done. Wow. Thank you so much.
I love the name.
Yes.
The Winton faculty sounds.
Thank you. All right. So we'll go on to the table at the back. Is anyone from there coming? Anyone? Please come. If there's anyone, or otherwise we can move. Okay, so very quickly, please. All right, let's put our hands together. And then after that table, we'll have the table requesting table 4. Someone from table 4, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. 2 minutes, please.
It's a privilege to be here. My name is Deborah Kemi Adediba, and I'm the Program Director of Up for Social Impact, Innovation and Development. So, our story, it started after I came back from service year. I had done a project during service year where there was this high rate of female genital mutilation, and there was also gender-based violence. There was a lot of that, and I worked on that. I served in an hospital. So when I got back to Ibadan, I was to do a project with the Ministry of Youth and Sport, and I realized that, I met with one of the directors, and everything was going smoothly. It was supposed to be a skill acquisition. So I came out, and I saw a guy that was begging for money. He had catheter. For people who know medicine, catheter is that thing they attach to the genital so that the person's urine can come out. Sorry, I did human anatomy for first degree. So I saw the guy, and he was begging me for money. And the things that ran through my mind was the infections he could get from being in that place. The catheter was so dirty. And I paused for a moment. And I started asking him questions. Okay, what happened? I couldn't even help him. I think I gave him 200, but it just never left my mind. So I got back home and started asking questions. What happens to the Nigerian who cannot pay their medical bills? Are they left to die? So I started doing my research, and I figured that the health insurance plan in Nigeria is nothing to write home about. And I got back. I attended the African Masterclass Series 1, which was insightful, and I created the Up for Social Impact. And now we are helping people who cannot pay their healthcare bills. We're not yet up to 1 year. We'll be 1 in January, and I have written a book. We have helped over 7 persons who were at the point of death. We helped somebody with pneumococcal meningitis. We've helped somebody who had kidney problem. We've helped a lot of children, and we've partnered with the University College Hospital, UCH, Ibadan, and we were commended by the pediatrics team. But now I want to do more, and one thing that I learned from DDK is you need to be able to do system change. So beyond me giving people money is that what happens, let's talk about assistant government. How do I make it better from the system? So that means I need to be talking to the NHIS. You people have plans. How do we make it accessible to the person in the street? What happens to the market woman? So we're currently building structure around that, and we have proposals in the plan. We're looking to partnerships,
Amazing.
And I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you. Let's do a quick rerun. Who remembers the name of the organization, the person who spoke first? Anyone? Philanthropy. Nice one. Who remembers the second? Research ready. Amazing. We're doing well. Okay, let me call up the next person. So who is coming from this table? Real quick. Fastest finger. Please come. Let's put our hands together for her. All right, so 2 minutes timer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omolola Lekbede. I'm the program director for Kayode Alabi Leadership and Career Initiative, KLCI. Okay, my story is kind of similar to as I had an opportunity to grow up in two different environments, communities. I grew up in urban cities, and something happened, and myself and my mom and my younger ones had to move to rural communities. So I had this feeling of urban cities where I have access to quality education and all. But when I got to rural community, there was no schools as such that could really give me what I was having in my rural urban communities. So I saw this inequality that people that live in urban cities have access, although they might not be able to get it if they don't have the money, but people in rural communities don't really have access to things like this. So this really gave me this urge and taste to really make rural children have access to education and also have access to opportunities. So the idea is, if Tolani in VGC can have access to opportunities and have a voice, Tolani in Makoko or Tolani in Olambe community should also have the same opportunity to have access to opportunities and all. I grew up having many dreams and ideas. Unfortunately, there was nobody to shape me into that. So I had my first volunteering experience in 2017. I had no idea of what development space was, not until 2017, when I was surfing the net. And I don't have an NGO, but I work with KLCI as a program director on a volunteer base. I was passionate about it as a volunteer, and through my passionate activity and all, I was asked to join the core team as the program lead, and presently I lead the programs in KLCI. So we have done a lot of things for rural communities, children in rural communities. We have 8 of them on our scholarship scheme because they were dropped out of school, and we have to bring them back to school. So presently we paid for their basic education from primary 1 to primary 6. That presently in the school system, we have one also in tertiary education. She could not pay for her school fees, so we have to enroll her and pay for her school fees. And we got an opportunity recently. We do skill to rural boot camp annually, where we train children on skills for them to be able to be a leader in their community and also create change in their community, because our main aim is to liberate the leaders in rural children.
Amazing.
So we applied for, I don't know if we know Beyond the School Challenge in 2019. We did not get in. But this year, we came as top 3.
Wow, well done.
For Beyond the School Challenge. So our beneficiaries, our students, now have the skill to create change in their community. And presently, they are going through community engagement. I think they are at the 3rd stage, trying to engage with people on how to do things. So that is what we have been doing so far.
Well done, well done.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Okay, now, so we move on to this table. Yeah, real quick. All right, and then after table 3, as we have Christine, you table, the table at the back before table 2, yeah, so one person from there. All right. So 2 minutes, timer is up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm happy to be here, so happy to be here. My name is Hadassah Okandiji. I manage projects for Sainted Waters. We're a faith-based organization that work with students in secondary schools. One of the things we identified with young people is, especially after leaving the school system, they tend to have an identity crisis. They don't know who they are until they find jobs. So what we do is centered around empowerment in 2 ways. One, mentally. We make you understand through awareness and education that empowerment, going to school, education is really about solving a problem, not necessarily passing exams. Secondly, what we do with empowerment is also creating opportunities for them. In 2019, I was part of a training with British Council where we had a pool of startups. So what we did was that we created a bridge between these young school leavers in secondary schools and these startups. So any young school leaver, especially those in secondary school that are interested in any of these skills that we offer on our platform, we link them up with these startups. Thank you.
Well Well done. All right, so we have the next, from that table, one person. Okay. Please come. All right, so table 2, get ready. One person from there. All right, real quick. All right, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jane Ugbomadu. I'm the lead director, Save a Child Mission. Okay, so I grew up in ghetto. I was seeing so many things happening to children because of their nature, ghetto nature and all that, children being abused and all that. Even while growing up in my primary school, my principal had to tell me that she hates me like bitter leaf because I do stand up for children, even at my tender age. I saw where my principal would, when students come to school late, they strip them naked, lie them flat, flog them. So I was able to stand up to the principal and tell her that what you're doing is wrong. You're not training these children. Instead, you're training them to be hardened criminal. Okay, so I'm always out for children. I don't know, even when I was even a child, I always, fight up for children. So now they call me Mama Save a Child Mission because right from time, I always bring people together. Okay, what can we do for this community and all of that? And with God, we have it. We've been able to reach out to over 96,000 children for the past 5 years, even in Borno, because I also believe in partnership. I believe I can't do it alone. So partnership has been really helping me go through and helping me, reach out to these children in such communities, in the ghettos and all of that. And I really want to say that if we all can, and that's the reason why I'm here, Ideation Hub, I strongly believe in partnership, and this is a great deal for everyone. If we can really go out there and do things, let us bring our like minds. It's also go a long way to help people out. So we are basically just concentrated on children, vulnerable children. We want them to have the best life because we feel every child is everyone's child. Amazing. It shouldn't be just the parents. So we always reach out to the vulnerable children, the abused children. We'll be able to partner with 96 NGOs for now. And we've been able to, have a good number of children that we have saved. Even in the pandemic, it didn't stop us. We also got calls, children that are being abused in their homes. We've been able to partner with organizations, FIDA and all that to help them out. So I believe we need to really embrace this partnership. It's really going a long way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so table 2, quickly. Who is coming from there? And then table 1, please get ready. One person from there. Okay. So 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Olaife from Nigeria Network of NGOs.
Sorry, say that again. From where?
Nigeria Network of NGOs, NNNG.
Got it.
Yes. Okay, so what we do is we support NGOs in Nigeria to help them in their work, like poverty reduction and helping to bring development to the common man in Nigeria. So recently, even before the recently, we actually always partner with so many organizations. So I'm going to talk about partnership. So the recent partnership we did is, was with Sterling Bank and Sterling One Foundation. Okay, so what we did is that we realized that so many NGOs in Nigeria have problems with banking services and all. So we brought about, I'll put it this way. The executive director, his name is Oyebisi Babatunde Oluseyi. So he has been having this vision to help NGOs to ensure that their banking services or whatever service that they have with the banking sector is, comes with ease. So recently we banked with them to ensuring that the MPOs in Nigeria when they're having transactions and maybe other services in the banking sector, that the fees come, as in the transaction comes with no fees at all.
Okay, great.
Yes, so for all NGOs in Nigeria, you can, okay, when you want to do your transactions and stuff, you can go ahead and walk into any Sterling bank and do your transactions.
Well done. Amazing.
So with that, we have helped in our own little way to help MPOs in Nigeria do their work effectively.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good work.
Well done. Table one, quickly. Table one, and then finally, yes, yourself. So we just have two. We've had 8 speakers, and we have 2 more. Please remember to take notes. Remember to take notes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mofi Infoliwa Olajolo, and I am a child and adolescent mental health professional. I graduated from the university at a very tender age, my teen. And after university, I realized that a lot of parents pay attention to their children's academic performance rather than other areas of their life, emotions, mental health, and all that. So I started gathering girls around in my environment, my estate, talking to them about other areas of their lives and how they can improve on it. After that, I went to the university to study child and adolescent mental health. And I run the Hope Clinic NG that hosts the Ibadan Mental Health Club, where we bring a lot of people in a community for group therapy, talk about their mental health issues and all. And in January 2022, we are planning to host a dialogue. I just got that. I wanted to do a child mental health summit, but I realized that it was going to be better as a dialogue, bringing different stakeholders, the government, schools, parents, and other organizations that work with children together. And let's talk about children. Let's talk about their mental health. Let's talk about their emotional health. Let's talk about other things that can affect them. Amazing. You know, we don't only talk, we don't only deal with children, we deal with other factors that affect the growth of the children. We have trained teachers, we have trained parents, we host Mother-Daughter Summit to ensure that mothers are equipped, really, to raise daughters that are whole and healthy.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. All right, so one person, that's the 10th speaker. Oh, was there a hand here? Okay, so we'll have to take one person from there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My
Good
name
afternoon.
is Hussein Mohammed. So I'm the project lead for Sick Kids Appeal. So basically, what we do in Sick Kids Appeal, let me start from where we started from. So one of the things that is common in our social medias these days is that you see a fundraiser about someone being sick due to the economic problem in Nigeria and the inaccessibility, the difficulty in accessing quality health care in Nigeria. So what we do at Sick Kids Appeal is that we try to fundraise for children that are sick. We try, after doing the necessary verification processing and consulting medical experts and see the best way to intervene in that particular healthcare situation of that child. So we try as much as possible to see what we can do. So we started like a group of friends. And that was when one of my sisters had cancer at a tender age. So we started then we understood the difficulty many people are facing in terms of raising funds online. So we came in like, okay, let's continue this. After helping my sister, we continued the initiative. Then we started fundraising. And so far, since 2018 till now, we've been able to help 12 children. So recently, I got, through the initiative, I got a scholarship at Lagos Business School, the NGO Management Training Program. So during those training programs, like now there was a need to do more. And this year we did a community medical outreach at Agboyi Ketu. It's an island around, it's in Lagos State here, it's an island. So we went to the community, we tried to since we are focused on children, we try to see where can we see children most, and that's the schools. So we went to the primary schools within the community. We tried to speak with them. Then we got to know that one of the major health issues that maybe probably is linked to children was eye problems. So we started the project Future Visions because we consider them as our future. So we started Future Visions to address blindness due to cataract, glaucoma, or any other eye impairment diseases.
Well
so that's
done.
what we've done so far. But you can see us on Instagram, Facebook, but we are yet to launch our website. Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done. Thank you. Okay, so let's have one person from here, and that'll be the final. Yes. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Please come quickly. So 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Edikan Bang, and I currently work with EduSort as the Research and Development Manager.
Sorry, could you take the name again?
EduSort Consult as the Research and Development Manager. I passed through the Teach for Nigeria Fellowship in 2018, and the Teach for Nigeria Fellowship exposes young leaders into what the real systemic problems are in education. And we're trained to teach for 2 years in school. So the exposure there gave me deep insight into what the problems are. So I was in the classroom for 2 years, and some of the remarkable changes that were happening in my class made my head teacher to have other teachers come into my class to try and learn the ropes and try and replicate that in the class. And sometimes it made me go into all of these other classes to support them. And I thought this was not a sustainable way to do this. How can I help other teachers get insight into how I do what I do so that it runs by itself, sustainability that we talk about. And that's how my colleagues at the time, we were 5, partnered together, and then we started EduSort Consult. At EduSort Consult, we train teachers in specifically underserved public primary schools, and we support them with the insight knowledge to lead beyond just the curriculum. Having to understand the development need of children, tap into that need, support them from home, bring parents in, understand that teaching goes beyond just going through the scheme of work, supporting children socially, emotionally, psychologically, understanding that the classroom is supposed to be that hub to prepare children for the future. Amazing. And so what we do at EduSort Consult is to support teachers across public primary schools, basically, train them and give them recurrent, ongoing support. Because teaching goes beyond just passing through your 4 years in school. It needs that model of coaching, ongoing support and mentorship. And that's what we do with public primary school teachers.
Well done.
We started in 2019, and as of now, we've been able to train over 500 teachers. Wow. And we've had some other organizations try and partner with us to train teachers even beyond Nigeria. As of now, we've partnered with teachers across Cameroon, wow. Ghana, wow. And we want to scale deep into Nigeria. And we're very happy to, collaborate and partner with everyone here who would be interested in ensuring that the technical and the deep knowledge needed to help children grow and become who they have to be to help our country happens. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you so much.
Eddie, are you Nigerian? Are you a Nigerian, sir? Okay. When you skilled, when you're skilled in Cameroon, skilled in Ghana, skilled in Nigeria. Like,
global
okay.
stuff. Africa.
Yeah, global stuff,
Well done, everyone. Wow, I'm just like, wow. Please let's put our hands together. And I want to apologize. I know we have more people who would like to share, but please bear with us, all right? What you can be sure about is, as we proceed in this program, beyond being able to come here and share, you get the opportunity to interact with people in this room. And the word that has been jumping is partnership, collaboration. So please keep an open heart, all right? So we are about to do a selection, and I think at this point I will need our dear director, Tony, to come up. Let's make her feel welcome. Please, let's make her feel welcome. Talk about make it happen, people, behind the scene. I mean, so good to have you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so she has an assignment she's here to do, and you'll find out shortly. So very quickly, can we have the 10 people who shared just come and stand here? All right? 11
of them.
I apologize. 11 of
sorry.
them. I have 11 names, yes. 11 of you, can you quickly come, please? All right, so just stand here and face the stage. Face me, basically. All right? So just stand here and face me. Thank you very much. Amazing people. Look at them. Okay. Okay, thank you for being here. All right. Are there people who wanted to share but didn't get an opportunity? Can I see your hand? All right, so please lift your hand real hard. All right, so there's one. Please stand. Yeah, both of you can stand. And you, sir, so I have 3 people. 1. Okay, somebody where? I just need one more person. Okay. I apologize. Actually, most of them are here. Okay, we have one. So, okay, I'm asked to do a gender balance.
Gender balance,
Please
yeah.
pardon me, ma'am. You can sit.
Any man?
Any man? No, one more. Of course, you're already standing. All right, okay, so you, sir. I apologize. Gender balance. All right. Okay, so 5 of you are going to do something, all right? You are just, and please, those in front, just face me, all right? So they are going to be our panel of judges. They're going to select 5 people out of these 5 people, and we'll know what those 5 people are about shortly. So all they need to do, those in front of me, please just position, face me, all right? So all you need to do, please look at these people. You heard them speak. You liked their stories, but each of you get to stand behind just one of them. You're representing this house. You're voting on our behalf. So you just stand behind one person. Just give them some leadership, but just stand behind them. That's all you need to do.
You can do
Yes.
that now, yes.
So 5 of you, just find one person. Remember their story. One person.
Yes. Maybe.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Some of you may need to step forward. People are trying to find space. That's fine. Okay. Amazing. All right. Good. Thank you. Just stand where you are. Don't worry. Don't go yet. Just stand where you are. Okay. So we have 4 people. 2 people are standing behind one person, right? All right. So there was a lady who stood earlier. Is there anybody here you want to stand behind?
Differently.
Yes, someone different. So please come. You stood earlier, so you still get the opportunity. All right, so come and stand behind someone. Okay, thank you. So please, everyone, can we please appreciate our impartial panel of judges representing the entire room? All right, so let me say this. Everyone here is amazing, all right? We really appreciate you. So please just remain standing. Those facing me, you can turn around. If there's someone in front of you, you remain here. If there's no one behind you, or now it's going to be in front of you.
Means that we're all behind you.
It means we're all behind you. Amazing. That's really it. All right. All right, so those standing in front of them, be the first to congratulate them, and then you can go to your seat. Congratulate them, and you can go to your seat. All right, don't go out, winner. Stay back. Come on, it's people that are congratulating you, they're staying. All right, so at this point, I hand over to Director Tony.
Thank you so much, Christiana. All right, I want the General House to first and foremost, let's, with a rousing applause, celebrate every change maker who stood on the stage to tell the story. Please, they're deserving of that applause. You're all winners. Thank you so much. All right, so here is the big thing and the big announcement. All right, so the top 5 get a full access scholarship into the Social Innovation School. And there is more. Yes, there is more. So at this juncture, I think for this particular selection, it's dependent on whether their applications come through, successfully. So there is also, Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me hand over to my amazing compares at this juncture to help me. Maybe we'll go through the same process again to help select the top 2. Just before I make my final big announcement here.
It's getting interesting. Brethren, when it's time to leave this auditorium, we need escort too.
When you say raise your hands now,
I'm gonna need
when you just say raise
security.
your hands now for people.
All right, great. Okay, so let's all face me again, our winners. So this time, everybody gets involved, all right? So we need 2 people, right, out of these.
5 of them.
Yes, so I will just stand in front of them one after the other, and all you need to do is lift a hand if they should make it to top 2. Do you understand? So at the end of the day, we look at how much, which 2 people have the highest hands.
Silent raise.
Silent raise, please. Silent raise. All right? So I'm standing in front of her. Hands up. Silent hands up. Okay? Please, one man, one vote. If you raise your hand,
here. That's why
and
we're
I
here.
see your hand up again. All right? Okay? So I see hands. Okay. Try making an effort to count.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Hands down, thank you. Please do not lift your hand the second time, please. All right? I'm standing in front of the next person, number 2, so hand up this time. Hand up. Okay. Thank you. Standing in front of number 3, hands up. Okay, thank you. Thank you, great. Standing in front of number 4, hands up. Please, you can't raise your hand the second time.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm saying that it's a different variation.
Yes, it's a
Darker
different
hands, but
variation.
Same.
Please, if you raise your hand
Everybody's
twice, it will be so hard for me. That's why, please. Thank you. Okay. No, please keep it up. Please, keep your hand up. Okay. All right, and the final person.
One hand, sir.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, so ladies and gentlemen.
We have our winners.
We know our winners, right? We do, right? Okay, I'll allow you inform them.
I was not
Please,
intending
sir,
to- I
break the
just
news. You
said
can't just
that
be holding mic and just smiling. You two do some.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we love you.
Are you for real?
This is, it's a very beautiful season to have passed through 11
Motivational
to 5. Now to 2. So like we said, the other 3 people that are going to go to their seats, we are all behind you.
All of us.
Africa is
He's
behind
behind you.
Get it clear, so don't feel disappointed. First of all, let me get the name so that I don't mention somebody's. It can be very disastrous.
No,
Mention
I'm not
somebody's
there.
name and it's not the person. All right. Okay. The first person that got more votes from people is the representative from Research Ready.
Congratulations.
Obviously, we need to get into research. It's a deep matter.
It is.
All right. The next, if I stand corrected, I need to. Okay. All right. Then the next person. Thank God this is happening so that to help so the men here so that you don't feel left out. All right. All right. It's the representative from Edusort Consult.
The nation voted for you, sir.
The nation, 36 states.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. So the rest of us, it's
They can
a
sit
beautiful journey so far. The last 5-7 minutes has been very life-defining. All right.
Please.
Let's put our hands together for them as they take their seats.
Yeah.
While the 2 of you remain, thank you.
I'll wait for the announcements. Over to Director.
All right, thank you so much. And here's the big announcement. All right, so our top 2 winners have full access scholarship to Insimbindi Fellowship. Yes, premised on the fact that they pass the application process. But nonetheless, you have that scholarship. Please, a resounding applause for them.
Wow.
Thank you so much. And this is courtesy our very how amazing executive director, DDK. Thank you so much. All right.
I like this. You know that moment of what do you have to say? How do you feel? You want to say final words?
Do you want to appreciate those who...
Yes.
Real quick.
Thank you for choosing to do research.
I love it. That's
Yes.
all. Drops
Thank
mic.
you.
Drops mic. This must over to him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Come on, please, let's put our hands together for them.
Let's show some love.
Yes. Amazing.
Thank you.
All right. It has been fun. It has been so much fun. Okay. So we're moving on. It's lunchtime. And that's our opportunity.
I think she's slower because you guys didn't rejoice. Like, it's lunchtime. Like, okay, well, let's start. Let's get into deep stuff. Like lunch.
These people still have energy for deep stuff, so we would do deep stuff. You people did not clap, so deep stuff we will do.
Oh, we'll
Moving
do
to the next, we are postponing. Okay, actually, it's not really that, but I think that lunch is still being put together. So we'll do one more thing, right, before we go on our lunch break, all right? Please make sure during lunch, though, that you celebrate those who have emerged as winners amongst us. Please take a moment to congratulate them when it's time for lunch, all right? But we'll go right ahead at this point. I just need to make sure Director Tony is ready yet for the unveiling. Director Tony, are you good to go? All right, great. So let's put our hands together for our own. See, if people don't clap.
Celebrate!
Our
Make it
own
loud, make it
Director
loud, make it
Toyin.
loud.
She's coming up here to tell us more about the Social Innovation School. And you want to pay attention and see how you can benefit from that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here.
All right. How has it been? I want to hear more expressions. How has it been? Amazing is the general word. How has it been? Educative, exciting, interesting, insightful, beautiful. What else? More adjectives? Inspiring. I love that. Engaging. Thank you so much. It shows that you've been flowing with the event and it's been worthwhile. Thank you so much for joining us again. Just as my ED said, this is a stakeholders convening, and it's with great pleasure that we are doing this. So it's with great delight that I will be unveiling the Social Innovation School. Yes. And it just speaks to a curation of all of our online learning work, educative resources that we've put together in the last 6 years. And I will just be speaking to that. So, I will take you memory lane into how we started as regards leveraging technology and being able to birth very innovative online resources. So I would start with, just give me a minute. I would start with the African Masterclass Series 1, which kick-started in 2020 between the period of June to September, where we were able to have over 8,000 change makers and social innovators on board, the first cohort. And moving forward, we were able to launch the African Masterclass Series 2, where we had over 2,000 plus change makers and social innovators join us. And doing this, we didn't do it alone. We had very experienced partners within the development sector work with us in coming up with a very innovative curriculum. And this, again, is leveraging the point around collaborations and partnership. And we, as usual, would always take the lead. Yeah, making the lead example and setting the pace. All right, so moving on, that's been one of our achievements. And taking it deeper, we also heard till date our development dialogue from inception, making this edition the 7th edition. Yes, thank you. And in the space of these 6 years, I'm speaking to our impact areas now. We've been able to impact across the 15 key impact areas, and you can see the percentage on the screen. Please, can you move to the impact areas? Why is the screen stuck on the opening page? Because I was just wondering what was going on. Please help me. Because my beautiful audience have to interact visually with a very beautifully designed, excellently curated presentation. It mustn't go to waste. All right, I'm giving my media guys extra time. We went through this, please. So you can't be doing this. Thank you. Okay. I'm giving you an extra 2 minutes before I speak on. What's going on? Okay, I will just have to continue. All right, so across the different impact areas, and the lead impact area, speaking to education sector, which really shows that a lot of people are passionate about learning, and definitely Ideation Hub Africa is bridging the knowledge gap within the development space, and it's super exciting. And moving forward, we have the next close impact area, which is tech for social innovation. I'm excited to speak to that, which scored 11.2, the other 16.7%. And again shows the power of technology and how we have been able to leverage that in expanding the knowledge and learnings within the social impact space. And that's why when my ED made that call and charge to say, with the Social Innovation School, we're looking to upscale the number of change makers and social innovators that we have reached from 20,000 plus within the next 2 years to 15,000, over 50,000. And it is possible with each change maker present right here in this room and listening to me, virtually. So moving on, I would at this juncture want to appreciate all of our guest mentors who were part of the learning programs, and so many of them are represented here, and even some of them are joining in virtually. And I want to say on behalf of my executive director that we appreciate your partnership, continued partnership, because a lot of them are coming to assure us of a continued partnership in the now and in the nearest future. And we do not take this for granted. And truly speaking, we have an array of innovative programs that we'll be unveiling in the years to come. Moving forward, I want to speak to our current status of accomplishments. We currently have in our kitty 300 plus number of volunteers. We have virtually reached 20,000 plus change makers and social innovators. We have curated 2 policy blueprints, and we have also launched numerous flagship programs and also reached 10,000 plus participants from just within the signature African Masterclass series. And then we also have innovated original ideas just within our impact think tank that we launched, which was launched rather last year. And I'm sure we all knew they have their presentation. It was a great time during the dialogue last year. Now, what is the Social Innovation School all about? The Social Innovation School is a one-stop, all-access, immersive online education platform for African social innovators and change makers. So when we say one stop, we're saying everything you need to know, everything that is required to equip and empower you as a social innovator, you will gain access to practical and experiential resources. So this is not just as usual, dumping down what has been created off online alone, but we really had experts sitting and share from their wealth of experience. Really, experience is the best teacher. So they shared from their wealth of experience, and really not just sharing, profiling resources, and we also have, in addition, supporting resources alongside these curated curriculum. So it's again a one-stop, all-access, immersive. I will lay emphasis on immersive. You know what immersive means? It's deep. It's not, just shallow or just, surface learning. It's deep. And you can, again, I don't need to say too much. You can attest to even our top 10 social innovators who impromptu came up stage, and a lot of them were giving credence to the impact of the African Masterclass series. And we also had the person of the founder and executive director of the Boy Squatters Africa sharing with us the impact of the African Masterclass series to revolutionizing how they work. Now, what are we doing more with the Social Innovation School? This takes me to the gaps, what we are closing up. So a huge knowledge gap, a lack of in-depth understanding of Africa's true challenges, inability to exploit funding opportunities, and absence of skill set required to drive scale and ensure sustainability, as well as almost zero organizational structure and systems in social enterprises. I will again, take it home to the founder of Boy Squatters, who again, shared with us how after the African Masterclass series, had to, start from the scratch. He just collapsed the entire volunteer structure, began to rebuild from bottom up. So that is what the African Masterclass, not just the African Masterclass, that is what the Social Innovation School does for you. It is immersive. Now, moving forward, what is our approach? Our approach involves courses, monitoring and evaluation, certifications, mentors, assessments, and an ecosystem, a learning community where you get to network with like minds like yourself. Now, who are our target audience? We tag this target audience as our big four. Say big four with me. Say it again. We tag them as what? Our big four. And I will name them in no particular order. Oh, thank you. My presentation is back on. Thank you. So you're flowing with me now, right? Thank you. Social innovators, early stage nonprofits, nonprofit organizations, and social enterprises. And what is our promise to you? Our promise to you is that we would ensure affordable access to world-class education that enables you to deliver the changes you seek across Africa. I've shed a lot of light around this, so I can move on to the next point. Exclusive access to our vast library of resources, books, podcasts, videos, etc. Network with social innovators with experience over the years and result of impact across Africa. And this takes me to a typical example that we can draw from the documentary, where we saw one of our very amiable guest mentors, Krista Chibo, the ED of the Radio Foundation, sharing with us not just the two-way opportunity that one of our learning programs, the African Masterclass, availed her. So she was not just given an opportunity to impact, but she also was able to interact and also grow, our own network in return. Now, moving on, we also get you certified and help you gain recognition for upgraded results. Now, the Social Innovation School, what is our vision? Our vision is for the Social Innovation School to enlighten thousands of students on the importance of the work they do, the community and African continent, giving change makers the resources, knowledge, and access. Knowledge and access, because we know this goes hand in hand. So we'll never leave you hanging. And thankfully, my ED has spoken to that, to what the plans we have, not just in the now, but in 2 to 5 years, starting from now. And access the need to get the job done, start, scale, and sustain the big ideas for changing Africa. Now, what are our key goals? We have 4 goals in particular. One is to provide second-to-none world-class resources in form of courses, seminars, books, podcasts that deliver answers on how the African social innovator and change maker can sustainably solve the continent's toughest challenges. And you heard DDK share on this stage during our keynote, saying that we are solving wicked problems. Problems which are burden problems and upon problems. And you require the right kind of knowledge and experience to solve them. So that's why we're calling on you to plug into the Social Innovation School and also partner with us to also crowdfund other social innovators, not just within Nigeria, but across the African continent. To provide a platform that demystifies social innovation and reorient our people on how to make the most of it for the greater good. Now, this makes me utilize a word that my ED would always use: democratizing social innovation. And what does this mean? This simply means being able to simplify the understanding of social innovation across communities, across localities, across different parts of Nigeria, Africa, and the world. So breaking it down, I was so excited when I heard the founder and ED of Bright Quarter say that they were coming up with partnering with the Nigerian Union of road workers and transport workers. And to me, it just spoke again to our vision. So the vision is not just to come here, be fine sounding, posh, speak all the beautiful grammar, and then we'll go back to how things are usually done. We really want to take the schooling and understanding of social innovation to that woman, that market woman in Teddy Osho, to that little boy in a rural community in maybe Oyo State, and demystifying the understanding of social innovation, because it starts with you and I. And what is social innovation? It's just innovating, ideas, solutions that are capable of, birthing such a transformational impact within human lives and within communities. It's as simple as that. Coming up with solutions that really birth transformation. Moving on to my third point, to certify and equip 10,000 social innovators in the next 3 to 5 years with the right skill set and tools required to build reputable organizations of global standard. Really, as you know, we don't play small here. Ideation of Africa does not play small. We play global. And really, we want to transfer that level of excellence to everyone who interacts with us. And that's why the Social Innovation School is for you. Also to deliver affordable yet top-notch education to Africa's social innovators and change makers. Now, here is the big call. Join us today. Please don't make this my beautiful call go to waste. I can even start calling names at this point. Join us today to be a part. I can even see some of my sisters smiling because I'm coming for you all. I'm coming. Join us today inside the Social Innovation School by crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, other social innovators to be part of this. And let me break that down because it may just sound like one fine sounding word. Simply saying, I as a social innovator can decide to sponsor 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 2,000, 200,000, 1 million change makers to be a part of the school, because really, they need to get plugged into this immersive educational learning opportunity. And you can't just hide that to yourself. And really, this is how you also demystify social innovation, because you are paying it forward. So here is my roll call. In no particular order. Okay, I won't go for anyone. I won't do that. But I'm just making this powerful charge to each of you that once we open up the networking opportunities, you can definitely contact us at the stand, and also check out, why do you shut down my presentation? Okay, you can also check out our website, www.exactlyadationofafrica.org/SIS. Are you not excited? Aren't you excited? I can't be the only one excited though. No. You will do that again. Aren't you all excited? Thank you. That's the energy I need. Thank you so much. And definitely, I look forward to seeing tons of you and also receiving a lot of your, not just interest, I'm seeing there a lot, and making all of the necessary follow through contact as to how you can crowdfund all the social innovators and change makers to be a part of the Social Innovation School. Thank you very much.
So I'm standing there, I'm talking to Christina, I'm like, this is groundbreaking. And we're just seated, nice, round, white tables, everybody's fine, and then she's saying all that, and she's trying to birth the vision and get it into our hearts. I was like, good, cool idea, cool. No, this is groundbreaking. This is groundbreaking. No, take some seconds to just think on how the fact that this is something not an African spec. It's not something that is found in every nation in Africa. It's not something that is regular. And so it's a genius, groundbreaking, immersive online platform for African social innovators. And it's happening before our eyes in our generation. Guys, it's groundbreaking. So I think it deserves first an applause first. Let's start with that. Can you truly applaud the Social Innovation School? Then, secondly, let's applaud Ideation Hub Africa for leading the way. Thank you so much, Ideation Hub Africa. Thank you so much. There's still a few things in store. There's still a few things in store for us in this very beautiful edition of Development Dialogue. We have, okay, I've been asked not to let the cat out of the bag. All right. Let me not say that, but it's something, immediately we are back from this break we're about to take now, something you don't want to miss at all. Something you don't want to miss. It's a crowning part of this event. Yes, you don't want to miss it. All right. But that said, lunch is ready. You have another opportunity to celebrate the announcement. I would say it again. Lunch is ready. I don't even waste time. Maybe you don't know how to compare. I'll just say, moving forward. What's the next thing again? Is it the grace or something? Let's just... All right, but lunch is ready. Yeah, so we need to... It's very timely that we eat for the next session. That session is very key. It's not very long, but it's very, very key to the entire crowning of this beautiful event. Have we enjoyed thoroughly Development Dialogue 2021? Just asking. No, let me show. Show it, sorry, by the wave of your hands or by, however you can. Just, have you enjoyed it? So beautiful. So whilst you're sitting and some mood music playing above the atmosphere, all right, two things is going to happen almost simultaneously. Lunch is going to be served to your tables, and then networking and exhibition. So you want to stand up and ask some questions about the Innovation School over there. There is an exhibitor over there for fashion wares for bold and forward brands. Just ask questions, get to know names. I'll let you know how much intentional that networking session should be. But whilst you're on your seat, lunch is ready officially, and then we'll bring the foods to your table. Enjoy. This will happen for 30-40 minutes. Yes, this will happen for 30-40 minutes. Lunch, I mean. All right. I'm sure lunch is beginning to wind down, and lunch was good. I can see that we are switching from food to little talks and networking. Please, let's do it well. We have less than 10 minutes to the end of this session. And then we switch to the final laps of this beautiful, 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 beautiful DD 2021. All right. So please, collaboration is the key word. Partnership is too. All right. Meet people. If you heard some stories, connect. I can see that happening. Make it happen some more. Check out Ask About the Social Innovation School. Check out the fashion brands for future and bold brands. Make sure you immerse yourself in the beauty around you. In less than 10 minutes, we'll come back again. We will convene for the last lap of this beautiful event. Thank you. not so much stuff. Just
Okay, exactly. So I think we just make. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I know some of us are still wrapping up our lunch, and that's okay. Welcome back from lunch break, however. Thank you for being here, the real change makers. Thank you for being here still. We just have a bit more time to be here, honestly. Just a bit more time, and it's actually a very, very, very important segment of the program,
Yes.
just like Raymond said before lunch break. But we'll be brief, and we're almost done, and we get to do even more networking, which is one of the reasons why we're looking to round up in good time, which will be very, very shortly. All right, so please, if you're outside and you can hear my voice, you should be coming inside right now to be a part of the next segment in today's event. So if you're outside, please, we are calling on you to come inside as we have this final celebratory segment of today's event.
Yes, it's that session we've been waiting for, and it's about time.
Yes, it is.
So please warn everyone, okay, even those of us seated, now let's begin to just say, okay, just pay attention, and yeah, I know the banters are still on. We would have enough time, in fact, after this time, to still network and collaborate on many more projects. But at this time, I think, Christina, you just bring up
Our one
an only
and only
project.
The lady in white, giving us the vibes. Our dear, dear, dear Director Toyin is coming up, and this part of the event is about celebrations for real. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you so much, Director Toyin. So we're going into the Social Innovators Showcase and Award presentation. So this is a good time to get your hand ready. You will be clapping a lot because what you appreciates. When you celebrate, you get celebrated. All right, so let's get ready to do a lot of that in this moment. Over to you, our dear Director Toyin.
Thank you so much. Well done. All right. So we've come to the height of today's conference. I'm sure you're all having a nice time. I can see your plates and your tables and the smiles. All right. So, are we ready? Yes. Give me back that energy. Are we ready? Yes. So we want to unveil our top social innovators within the Ideation of Africa community. And we are delightfully doing this. So I would start with the unveiling of, but just before I delve into the unveiling, let me speak to, what the Social Innovators Showcase is all about and why we're doing this. So the Social Innovators Showcase basically is our own way of appreciating top social innovators within the Ideation of Africa community who are making outstanding impact within the development space. And of course, who is the better person to celebrate its own if it's not Ideation of Africa? So it's worthy of us to actually celebrate, our top achievers, top social innovators within the community. And we didn't just select them randomly. They went through a rigorous selection process. I'm sure a lot of you people saw the requirements. Please, can you give me that feedback? Yes or no? Yes. Aha. It was a rigorous process. Even a lot of them can attest to the number of mails they kept receiving from us, even after they had sent in their videos. We asked them to send in their impact reports. Our team sat in through, a proper criteria to really, 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 grade all the top performance. So anyone you see on this stage is very deserving of the award. So I really want you to wholeheartedly celebrate them, Because as you celebrate with them, there will be many reasons and seasons of celebration in your lives in Jesus' name. All right. So, I will be calling on my executive director to do me the honors. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please. That's my executive director. Oh. Hey, do it well. Yes, ma'am. Do it well. All right. Okay, so we will start with the fifth position. Please, we will start with playing our personal bio and an organizational bio. So please, let's do that.
A health-oriented, non-governmental organization that takes care of the health needs of underprivileged persons, adolescent girls, and young women in the society, currently based in Cameroon. Our foundation equally champions the fight against gender inequality and encourages quality education for the underprivileged. She is a UN Peace Ambassador, a Global Goodwill Ambassador, and a Cameroon Israeli High-Tech alumni, and she is listed among the Fantastic Four of LinkedIn. She has reached out to over 20,000 internally displaced individuals, orphans, and refugees in the campaigns she carries out in her community and other parts of the country. This has given her opportunities to address gatherings of girls, among which was the most notable Phenomenal Women Conference attended by more than 10 million women. She's currently working on the mobile clinic project where she organizes health campaigns in different IDP and refugee camps and handles the health needs of the people. The campaign has so far established 3 health centers in IDP and refugee camps in 2 regions of the country. She is a senior nurse with a Bachelor's of Technology in Nursing Sciences and a higher professional diploma in medical sanitary pharmaceuticals with a cumulative 10 years of experience working in the health sector. She loves music and research. Zoe Health Foundation is a non-governmental organization which has special interest in the health needs of the underprivileged, women empowerment, and quality education. Our vision is for all underprivileged persons to have access to primary health care, quality education, and women empowerment. The organization has reached out to at least 20,000 people with about 90 projects, one of which was the Mobile Clinic Health Campaign, through which we reached out to more than 6,000 IDPs and planted 3 health centers for sustainability in 2 regions of the country. Our most recent project is our Mobile Clinic project, which is a health technology initiative aimed at making healthcare more accessible, affordable, patient-centered, and technology-friendly. We're currently working on a project with the United Nations Population Fund and the European Commission Humanitarian Aid to provide healthcare to 2,000 underprivileged women as they fight against gender-based violence. We have the privilege to cover the health ambulance services of the International Teens, Pastors, and Partners Conference in Lagos, Nigeria, with over 6,000 youths and teenagers from across the globe in attendance. This year, 2021, we have received recognitions and awards from both the Cameroon government and the private sector, amongst which are the Best NGO for the Transgenerational Forces Initiative Awards, Impact Anti-COVID Institution by the Cameroon Heroes Award, and the Best Impact Health Organization.
All right, so we unveil our 5th winner in no particular order, Denise Ajanga. Thank you. She came all the way from Cameroon. So please do it better. Do it better. All the way from Cameroon. Congratulations. Okay, bye, please.
Congratulations.
All right. Aren't you inspired? Please respond. Aren't you? Thank you. All right, so we move on to announcing our fourth winner, Raphael Stephen. Please do the unveiling. Thank you.
Raphael Stephen has over 5 years of experience as a development professional and social entrepreneur. He is the founder and executive director of the Fashioned and Made for Excellence Foundation, a volunteer-driven, non-profit leadership education organization that seeks to build Nigeria and transform Africa by fostering quality leadership education for girls and boys in underserved secondary schools and inspire them to participate actively in sustainable nation building. The foundation ensures inclusive and equitable quality leadership education by improving learning outcomes for young people while supporting their personal and professional development. Since commencing operations in 2017, the Fashion and Made for Excellence Foundation has reached over 19,000 deserving students across various local underserved communities in Oyo State, Nigeria, impacting them in the areas of social and emotional learning, civic engagement, and skills training. In recognition of Raphael's work in ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, Raphael has received awards and recognition from Ideation of Africa, Ashoka under its Changemaker Exchange Program, and the Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Young Leaders Award in the education category. Raphael is also a highly sought-after development consultant and trainer who founded Educating Leaders Consulting, a thriving enterprise that seeks to empower students in universities with future work skills and train educators. To date, Educating Leaders Consulting has provided skills training for hundreds of educators and thousands of youth. Raphael holds a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Ibadan, and he believes once we get our values right as African people, we will become more productive people. His vision is that by 2030, his initiative will have been able to educate 1 million deserving secondary school students in Nigeria who currently lack leadership education. They will be equipped and able to promote sustainable development. Fame Foundation was founded in 2017 by Mr. Raphael Stephen, founder and pioneer executive director, principal consultant, Educating Leaders Consulting. The organization was formally incorporated in February 2019, transitioned into a registered non-profit organization under the Nigerian Corporate Affairs Commission and currently operating in Ibadan, Nigeria, with plans to scale its impact to other parts of Nigeria and Africa. Fame Foundation equips students in secondary schools in Nigeria and Africa with quality leadership education and the future of work skills training to support their personal and professional development. Our sustainability model is driven by social investment in our products, funding support from local implementation partners, and enabled by a strong volunteerism strategy.
All right, thank you so much. A big congratulations to Raphael, a big congratulations rather to Benes. All right, I am excited to unveil our third winner in the person of Ugochi Obidago, the safety chick. Please, a rousing applause please for her. Thank you.
With a specialty in developing products, programs, and providing policy advisory on pressing development issues affecting African children and youth. Her major work pillars are ensuring child safety, reducing substance abuse in youth, and providing strategic direction for founders of social impact initiatives. She is the founder of the Safety Chick, a child safety social enterprise, and UGIP Foundation, a faith-based non-profit organization. She is the author of a child safety storybook series, self-published on Amazon, which is available in English and French. Co-creator of a COVID-19 online safety game for children and developer of a safety education arm. Her child safety training and products have been experienced by children in 11 countries. Her work in child safety has been recommended as good practice for member countries of the European Network for Education and Training in Occupational Safety and Health. Her work in safety education during the pandemic was featured by the UNOHCHR. She has shared her expertise with safety professionals at key industry events like the 2019 World Safety Organization Symposium in Las Vegas, 2021 World Congress Canada, and 2021 West Africa IOSH Conference. She convenes the annual School Safety Summit where teachers get trained and relevant stakeholders provide solutions to safety challenges affecting school children. Ugochi Obiego's work has been featured in both local and foreign media, such as the Ghana Network, Tony Living Foundation blog, She Leads Africa, Bella Naja, and The Guardian. In 2016, she became a Yali Regional Leadership Center Fellow for Emerging African Leaders. In 2017, she was a finalist for the McKinsey Next Generation Woman Leader Award. In 2018, she became a $2 million entrepreneur and was selected by the US government as one of Africa's promising leaders through the Mandela Washington Fellowship. She sat on the 2018-2019 West African Regional Advisory Board to IREX and USAID on matters related to the Mandela Washington Fellowship. In 2019, she won the Africa Safety Awards for Excellence in the Shining Star category for raising awareness through various health and safety initiatives. In 2020, she was listed alongside Ngoti Okonjo-Iweala, Angelique Joe, Miss Hyde, and others on the We for Good list of 100 women creating a better Africa in commemoration of International Women's Day. In 2021, she was listed in the Power Women Network list of women changing the status quo and making a difference. She is also a TEDx speaker. Ugochi is committed to ensuring that young people become better versions of themselves through her work in social development. The Safety Chip is a child safety social enterprise established in 2016 to increase safety consciousness and reduce preventable accidents affecting African children through developing safety education products and programs. The Trillion Young Initiative, #2TYI, is its signature effort to equip young children across the country with basic safety skills so they can protect themselves in different safety scenarios. As of today, over 8,000 children in 11 countries have experienced a child safety training and safety education products developed since inception. Over 3,000 teachers and parents have experienced training through the School Safety Summit and other specialized trainings. 4 new African-themed safety education products, storybooks, posters, games, and apps have been developed for African children and educators. 5 editions of the annual School Safety Summit have been convened for teachers to get trained and for relevant stakeholders to provide solutions to safety challenges affecting school children. During the pandemic, 1,000 children in 6 states received COVID-19 safety storybook quests for free, courtesy of collaboration with other safety organizations. The organization has had several sessions with children in schools, book clubs, summer camps, and places of worship in Nigeria and Ghana, leveraging book reading sessions, trainings, and movie days. This has been provided to children in person and virtually in collaboration with organizations such as Vital Nigeria, US.
All right. All right, a big congratulations to Ugochi Obidogo, and she's represented by our sister because she's currently running a master's program in the US, so that's why she's not around. Okay, Ma, over to you, Ma, to announce the top 2. Our second winner is Temilade Salami. Yes,
okay, so we just want to invite Yagaze Eguari to join us on the stage for Temilade Salami. If you know her and the work she does with Eco Warriors, this is a good time to really celebrate the brilliance of Temilade's work. And I'm joined by Yagaze, who is founder at Everything Gazmadu. And we will be presenting that award. Over to the media, please.
environmental sustainability initiatives across Nigeria. She is the Executive Director of Eco Champions, one of Nigeria's largest networks of professional environmentalists leading environmental change through climate education and advocacy, tree planting, and plastic waste management in Nigeria. Her contributions to environmental policies and practice have been deservedly recognized, having been named as a 2020 Nigeria's 25 under 25 leader on energy and sustainability, 2018 December Ambassador Against Pollution, 2018 Ideation of Africa Talent of the Future, and the 2018 U.S. Consulate's Carrington Youth Fellow. She's also a Chevron Scholar currently studying in the UK at the University of Sussex for a Master's in Environment, Development and Policy. She serves as the Deputy Chair of the University of Sussex Students' Sustainability Committee and a member of the SDG 4 Youth Network. She has also written 2 illustrated environmental books for kids and is currently pushing for climate education in Nigeria's education system. She wears her creative heart and some days through poetry in creating artistic awareness of the need for environmental sustainability and justice. Solomon Oluwatobi Ayodele is a development enthusiast, global child advocate.
Okay, can we wait on Solomon's presentation? Congratulations, media. We really honor and appreciate you. But this is Temilade Salame's time. Can we celebrate her again, please? And we have a representative. Okay, please, let's do it well from Eco Champions. Congratulations. The reason that we are choosing to go through their bio, who can guess? We hope that it will do something for you. Is it doing something for you? Yes. I am being inspired all over again. And if you caught Temilade's bio, last year she was recognized at 25 young people under 25. And so even the very young amongst us get a chance to start off on the right foot. I believe she started before she was 20, and she's done the work over the years, born from purpose. And then in 2018, she was awarded Talent of the Future with Ideation Hub, and she's continued on that path. And that's what we hope that this showcase also does for you, okay? We are going to the man standing at the top of the showcase, distinguished and really outstanding in the caliber of the work that he has done. And at first position at the showcase this year is Solomon Ayodele. Please celebrate him. Over to you, media. And I'll invite Bodam Taiwo to make that presentation. Please celebrate Yagaze Guare, as well as Bodam Taiwo, please.
He was nominated as one of the 10 finalists for the maiden edition of the Nigerian Prize for Difference and Diversity for his work around fostering gender equality via granular engagement of men and boys. He has a degree in political science from the prestigious Adekunle Ajasin University and MBA from Heriot Watt University, United Kingdom. As the founder and lead execution officer of Boys Quarters Africa, one of the foremost boy-child transformation movements in Africa, he leads a team of over 162 volunteers across 5 cities in Africa in driving the strategic pillars of the organization: leadership, empowerment, education, and advocacy. He is deeply passionate about helping boys deliberately transit from boyhood to manhood, hence his desire in seeing men fix and boys built. Solomon is the convener of the Boys 2 project, a continent-wide campaign on the sexual abuse of the boy child. He is also the at a different special correctional center for boys. He recently hosted Africa's first International Boy Child Summit with over 1,700 viewership across the world, and he is a curator of the men-themed conversation called Conversations. He is the author of Profession, a very short, insightful, and transformational ebook for boys and those who love them. The book is a compendium of healthy confessions and is an answer to the burning questions across the sexual abuse of boys, how parents can see through if their boys are being abused, and how they can respond immediately. The book also explains some of the signs parents must look out for in their boys. Since its release, there has been almost 1,000 downloads across the world. It was recently listed as one of the top 50 young Nigerians to look out for in 2021 by Wild Niger.
Solomon Ayodele, please celebrate him. Proud, proud, proud of the work that Solomon has put in. Please celebrate Solomon again. Before you go, Solomon, you get a chance, to say what this means to you. And if there was one thing for the social innovator, in the face of the odds, the obstacles, the challenges, what keeps us going?
Thank you, DDK. First of all, I'd like to say a very big thank you to Ideation Hub. I remember in 2020, I was in my office at Water Carrington. I actually work with a bank, and I was in the middle of several confusion and pressure here and there, considering that this for me is beyond just trying to start off something. It's a body that has metamorphosed into an organization. I'd reached out to a couple of my friends, a colleague of mine who knew DDK. I reached out to Director Tony, who is a member of my church, to say, I needed to talk to someone who can help me, fix this puzzle. And I had met with DDK that afternoon in February 2020, before the pandemic, and I shared my heart to say I was at a point in my life when I had issues with my mom as a boy, as a young man, and my 4 other brothers, and there was a bit of reconciliation. And at that point, I realized for me was beyond just trying to chase money and clouds. It was something more. It was like a deliverance for Africa. And at that point, I went back with this decision to just push through. Since 2020 up till date, a lot of rejections. People say, we can't do stuff for boys. I've been walked out of a TV station before because I was talking about the sexual abuse of boys. I've been told I want to emasculate men. But something has kept me going, right? To know that I'm doing something that would outlive me. And I'm not doing it for the immediate. I'm not doing it because, right, this is good. I really appreciate this, although I'm not expecting it. But I know that I'm doing it for that voiceless African boy child there, who is trying to find expression. I'm doing it for that girl that will be saved if a boy is properly raised. I'm doing it because I know that all of the problems of Africa is premised on familyhood, nation building, climate. The moment we can get the family right, and there's a lot of expectation from men, right? Whilst we're trying to fix our men, I believe a long-term and sustainable solution is to build boys, which is what we have committed our hearts to do. So I'll just advise social innovators, get connected to something. Ideation Hub for me has really changed everything. I stumbled on Africa Masterclass, the first one. It wasn't like I planned to attend, it was a stumbling on. And coincidentally, I became the coordinator of the gender-based class, which we eventually won the competition. And from there, it's been from one big thing to the other. Currently, as we speak, we have a partnership with the Enugu State government, with several governments, Lagos State Domestic Violence Agency, the National Union of Road Transport Workers. We're doing something with Ministry of Women Affairs in Abuja. And this is premised on just all of the things we've learned here. So it's not just enough to amass the information. How you can know you're wise is how you've applied the information you've gotten here. So I want to just challenge you to just go for it, and the sky is the stepping point. Thank you once again. And I'm dedicating this award to DDK for being such an amazing, I call her Auntie Dewala, for being such an amazing path clearer. Thank you for, helping me see better. God bless you. Thank you, everyone.
We celebrate Solomon Ayodele again, but I'm Taiwo as she returns. Amazing. Dr. Lewis, where are you? Did you come with it? You did? Please come with it. Thank you very, very much. This has been a precious, beautiful day. Not simply because we had the privilege of hosting, our own siblings and, friends of the house and the work, or because of the teeming audience virtually. I've gotten a lot of text messages. Let me tell you one of the text messages that came in. A person said, how can the fire virtually be burning more than the one in the room? I said, I wonder, because she was like, we are raving here, but I can't hear the applause. So that's feedback, guys. Look at that. And you don't know that because you were handpicked to be in the room, you have beefers who are online and wanted to be here too. So I hope you guys can hear now that we're also raving over here. Yes. For sure, yes. We believe in the work that we've set our hearts to do. And before I share, my heart in the next few minutes, and we're out of here, again, don't forget to visit the Social Innovation School stand. But don't worry, we're going to be in your inbox in a very intimate way. We will so be in your inbox that everything you didn't hear here, you will still hear it. You need to hear multiple times, and then you step into that thing. But Dr. Lewis, please come over. We thought that it was also an important opportunity for us to just thank a person who is being a great, this is such a beautiful gift box inside, who's been a great inspiration to us, a great blessing to the work, an armor bearer, a supremely outstanding leader that we've come to look up to when it comes to fulfilling the mandate we've received, and who is also so important to the future that we see and what we're birthing. And if we had had the opportunity today to highlight our top 5 social innovators, the afternoon won't be complete if we don't highlight the work that this person also does as an outstanding social innovator who is birthing real transformation in communities with us. And that is no other person than the project director at Ideation Hub Africa. I want you to please, if you don't mind, a standing ovation for Toyin Banjo. She has worked hard at this vision. She's poured out her heart for years. She's blown my mind. Please do it better, guys. She's allowed me soar as she's borne the vision on the wings of passion, commitment. I am so proud of her. So proud of her. Thank you for being an armor bearer. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for standing with me. Thank you for leading the team, challenging us, inspiring us. I'd love to ask our current team members and our past employees to come on stage as well, because this is your moment to say your thank you to Toyin Banjo, as well as for me to say thank you to you. Please celebrate Busayo Fache. Help me celebrate my team members coming. They have been amazing. And thank you to every volunteer. Thank you to. They've led the core work and they've gone over and beyond. Over and beyond. Shegun is not here, so it makes me feel like, oh gosh, the man that could have broken the gender thing. But he's not here at the moment. But please celebrate every single one of them for the great work that they do. So all of us together want to say thank you to you, Tony Banjo. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, your strength. Thank you for bringing out the best in everyone. You know, Busayo is here because of the kind of leadership that she got, you know, while she was with Ideation Hub Africa. And I know that your team members can testify of how distinguished you've been. I think that your volunteers would also testify of the same thing. A volunteer said to me yesterday, you know, I feel like I have a stake in Ideation Hub Africa, and it's because of you, 100%. Please help me celebrate our project director. It's been a great work she's done, and we love you. We are so proud of you. God bless you for everything. Thank you, guys. Really, really appreciate you. Okay, thank you. That was a nice, warm celebration. Great, please be seated. Thank you so much. We are coming to the closing out of Development Dialogue 2021. By the time we meet in 2022, even the atmosphere will be breathing and smelling of the degree of innovation we're going to be birthing. This moment is important for us because we are at the threshold that closes out an era, and at the very threshold that opens up a brand new era. As we edge into much more our work at the intersection of impact making and policy making, and as we go full blown into the work of building Metamorphosis University, as well as the Harvard Business School of Social Innovation in Africa, we cannot wait for what is opening up for you through the work that we do. We're expectant that you would also go further with your vision. I want you to know that all it takes is that first crazy person with a crazy idea for changing the world. From that point on, that you as a visionary are listening to a distant sound and sometimes an inaudible sound that you've heard, even when others around you have not heard it. If you say yes to that vision, you say yes to that burden, that idea, from that point on, there's no telling how transformational your journey can become, not just for you, but through you for the world. So that's my charge. We've come to, we're closing out on year 2021 as well, and this year has been a trigger year for the decade. Things are really opening up, especially for the future forward female, as well as the future forward male. Every visionary person who's carrying a relentless burden within their heart to do something of value for the continent. I mean, I just met with my brother this afternoon and my mind is blown. I'm like, what? All of these things going on? And that's why we network. That's why we have those conversations. That's why we partner. That's why we collaborate. That's why we lean into what others are doing, because I mean, while you think that epic things are being created where you are, you haven't even heard of it in terms of what stands to be seen and explored as well as experienced with others all around us. That's my charge to you, that you devote some time before the year closes out and really begin to go deeper in that path of envisioning, believing bigger, and expanding the realms of your thought to capture new ideas and ideals that will actually move us forward into this decade. Whether you're in education or healthcare, give me the names. Where are you? Give me the spaces. Education, gender advocacy, economic inclusion. Sir? Climate change. Where are you? Governance, politics and governance. Say that again, ma'am. Disability rights. And by the way, it's a great time to celebrate Tobiloba Ajayi. She is a leading advocate for children with cerebral palsy. Right now, she was saying to me, I said, how are you feeling today? She said, exhausted, but in a good way. I'm responsible directly for 450 children as of right now that I must know where they are and what they're doing in their schools. Isn't that such a motherly posture to take, to go beyond our own challenges to create change for others? And Tobiloba has been that way for years. Her energy is unprecedented. I don't know where she gets it from, but she's all of us together like this, our hero, and we are so proud of you. So thank you for joining us today. We will stay in touch, obviously. We've got an exciting impact report to share with you We will share the link for where you can watch the documentary again. We will give you even more information about the Social Innovation School. And we are shutting down current operations as they've been in the past at Ideation Hub. So there's a deconstruction going on because we want to rebuild and be more agile for the mandate that we've seen. That excites us. We're going to school. We're reconstituting our board of directors. We're working with consultants. We are having interesting conversations with delegates of the United Nations Women because of a possible partnership in the arena of women development. And a lot of exciting things are opening up. We're even edging toward the possibility of a fund that will allow us build out our school, a business school for social innovators. So for sure, be on the lookout for those changes. We will carry you along, share all the critical information with you, but we're going into the trenches, and it excites me. My team members know that, I'm passionate about good work, the type that makes you sweat and have your adrenaline pumping. But you're smiling because it sounds like nice, good English, but in reality, it is heated. It is fire under and above you. But that's how we stretch. That's how we grow, and we're here for it. So thank you for being a part of Development Dialogue 2021, and we would love to take pictures with you up on the stage as we close out. Allow me to celebrate the exceptional work of our compares today, Raymond Opara and Christina Shoname. Please celebrate them. They've given us a great, great day, and I'm inviting Christina over again. Please celebrate her as we close out today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Wow. Congratulations to everyone who won an award. We are so proud of you. Thank you for being crusaders. Thank you for being an example for all of us to follow. I mean, this conversation, everything about today, has been such a blessing to me personally. And please, one more wave if it has been a valuable time here today. Value, 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 amazing. Where are your people? But it's been such a beautiful day. Thank you so much. As we get ready to leave, remember the question I asked earlier that your mom will usually ask as a child: what did you learn today? So as you leave this room, I want you to make sure that you meet one or two more people. I know that the guys on this table, look at them. They become a squad, right? You need to disintegrate, okay? Meet some other people, let's do some crisscrossing, and make sure to ask them, what did you learn today? And please add to that, and what would you do differently from today? All right, I am thinking about those things, and please keep that question on your mind as you leave here today. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and my dear, dear co-compare, sitting down like a gentleman at the back there, please say thank you to him on your way out. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, and please let's come for pictures. All right, once I drop the microphone, let's come for pictures on the stage here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, Ideation Hub Africa. See you. I was about to say next year, but DDK sounded like in the next 2 minutes, an email may drop as you leave here. So see you online, people. And thank you so much, online audience. Let's clap for them. Thank you. We love you all. All right, it's bye for now. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Okay, I think we're not coming up now. Let's all come up so that we can just make this happen. Everyone. Thank you. How? I mean, I say I remember where.
Oh, yeah. How are you? I should. Do you have your card? Let me have your card.
I mean, I say where.
I was trying to remember where exactly. Good to see you. Okay, so this is mine. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so beautiful.
Yeah.
Parties
So,
and pop. Okay.
yeah.
It's an event.
Yeah, and also TV production.
Who are you not?
As in.
Five of them. How many of them?
Maybe about 5.
Five.
Or 6. Or 7. Where's the men? We need men.
Is that mention, sis?